This requires OECD countries to phase out coal by 2030 and to fully decarbonize power generation systems by 2035. And it means non-OECD countries to phase out coal by 2040. I've been strongly advocating for no new coal or upstream oil and gas projects for all G20 nations. New national climate plans due next year are an opportunity for countries to align energy strategies and development priorities with climate ambition, taking into account the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. They must also show how each country intends to transition away from fossil fuels in line with the outcome at COP28. Excellencies, there has never been a greater global challenge than the climate crisis, and there has never been more agreement on the solution, a just transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. And renewable technologies have never been better or cheaper. The obstacle to the renewables revolution is not economics or lack of solutions. It is mindsets and lack of vision. Those that lead the renewables revolution are already reaping the rewards. But many developing countries are being left behind. Clean energy investments in emerging and developing economies outside China and India have barely increased since 2015. The energy transition must be based on justice and equity so that all countries benefit. Excellencies, third, we need strong, inclusive, legitimate global institutions and tools to tackle the challenges of today and tomorrow. Fair and representative governance is a first step to unlock broader reforms. The Pact of the Future includes commitments to make multilateral institutions more representative, effective, transparent, and accountable. I urge the strong engagement of G20 countries, including in reforms of our United Nations bodies. Making the Security Council truly representative by addressing the underrepresentation of Africa, Asia-Pacific, Latin America, and Caribbean. Stressing the role of the General Assembly and the Peacebuilding Commission, and enhancing the Economic and Social Council. The same principle applies to the international financial architecture. It should correspond to today's global economy with much stronger representation of developing countries. For our part, the United Nations is totally committed to strengthening our convening role as an inclusive platform for dialogue and action. And as part of that role, from next year, we intend to host biannual summits to formalize a dialogue between the UN system, and the G20, and international financial institutions. Excellencies, only together will we achieve the reforms in the Pact for the Future and deliver the SDGs and the Paris Agreement to meet the expectation of the people we serve. I urge the G20 to seize every opportunity to raise ambition for global leadership and transformative action for a safer, more peaceful, and sustainable work for all, and I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for his remarks, and I now call upon His Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, to deliver his speech. Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, the G20 remains a critical platform for addressing global economic challenges, fostering international cooperation, and driving sustainable development. Under Brazil's presidency, we have seen a renewed focus on inclusive growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability, priorities that resonate with both emerging and developed economies. Brazil's leadership has provided stability and vision at this critical time, guiding meaningful dialogue and collective action on the global stage. Excellencies, we convene at a critical moment when the world is uniting around the urgent need to revitalize our multilateral architecture, ensuring it is fit for addressing today's challenging problems. In this spirit, during the recently concluded Summit of the Future, we adopted the Pact for the Future, which outlined a comprehensive path forward for collective action. I call on the G20 to take decisive steps in advancing the outcomes of that summit, particularly in reforming the international financial architecture to make it more equitable and effective for all nations. G20 countries representing approximately 60% of the global population and contributing around 85% of the world's GDP bear the responsibility of leading the charge in realizing the ambitious goals set out in the Pact of the Future. Excellencies, I appreciate Brazil's initiative to convene this G20 meeting open to all UN member states. It reflects Brazil's commitment to reinvigorating international cooperation and reforming global governance institutions. I also wish to recognize the leadership of the previous G20 presidencies from the Global South, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, and India in representing and advancing the interests of developing nations. This is a testament to the rising influence of the Global South in shaping global priorities. The efforts have laid the groundwork for continued progress on global equity and inclusivity. As we look to the future, I express my optimism for South Africa's upcoming G20 presidency. With South Africa and the African continent as a whole taking the lead, we have a vital opportunity to continue this momentum and ensure the voices of the Global South are central to global decision-making. As a son of Africa, I am eager to see South Africa's leadership in 2025 advance the interests of the Global South, particularly in sustainable development, debt relief, climate action, and concessional financing, among other pressing areas. I look forward to supporting the outcomes of your discussions today and wish you all a very successful meeting. Thank you.
I thank the President of the General Assembly for his remarks, and I now call upon His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, to deliver his speech. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President of the General Assembly, Ambassador Philemon Young, Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, President of the Republic of Brazil, Luis Lula da Silva, Your Excellencies, Foreign Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start off by appreciating the role that Brazil has played in convening this meeting as the current president of the G20. We further commend the excellent manner in which Brazil has been steering the work of the G20 during its presidency, continuing to hold tens and hundreds of meetings to ensure that the G20 meeting is held properly later this year, the Summit of the Leaders. It has been an auspicious start to the 79th session of the UN General Assembly. We convened the Summit of the Future, at the end of which the Pact for the Future was adopted. The Pact is a blueprint in many ways for a sustainable, just and peaceful global order for all the peoples and all nations. In your address, Secretary General, to the General Assembly yesterday, you highlighted the fragilities and fray at the seams of our global order, a world of impunity, of inequality and of deep uncertainty. We concur with your sentiment that the challenges our world faces may be daunting, but they are not insurmountable. Our meeting today reaffirms our conviction that as we strive to overcome these challenges, the United Nations must remain a centerpiece of multilateralism. At the same time, it must be modernized to make it fit for purpose and more effective, more agile, and more forward-looking. The UN needs to be inclusive. It needs to represent current geopolitical relations and the prevailing international realities. The G20's call to action on global governance reform that will be adopted today at the Foreign Ministers' meeting is therefore timely and also necessary. South Africa is committed to the reinvigoration of the multilateral system and the reform of the global governance institutions to make them more representative. It is not without significance that the countries of current Troika are all from the Global South. The reform of the global financial architecture in particular must be the rising tide that lifts the fortunes of the most needy and vulnerable in the world. Deepening inequality and chronic underdevelopment are the cost if we fail to act now. The quest for mutual, shared, and equitable prosperity necessitates that we undertake bold and decisive reforms to create a stable and inclusive international financial architecture. And these reforms are urgently needed to broaden and also to strengthen the participation of developing economies in the international economic decision-making system. South Africa is concerned about the slow progress that is being made in reforming the multilateral trading system. While the WTO Ministerial Council has registered some progress, much work remains to be done to ensure global trade is development-focused and sensitive to the climate change imperatives that the world faces. South Africa assumes the G20 presidency from the 1st of December 2024 to November 2025. This is approximately 5 days before the deadline to the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The next 5 presidents of the G20 will have to focus their efforts on accelerating progress towards the attainment of the SDGs. At the launch of the special edition of the Sustainable Development Goals Progress Report on the 25th April 2023, the Secretary General drew attention to the gravity of the situation. Just 12% of the SDG targets are on track. Progress on 50% is weak and insufficient. On more than 30% of the SDGs, we have stalled or gone into reverse. If we are to meet the 2030 deadline, a paradigm shift is necessary. South Africa has adopted as the theme for the G20 presidency, solidarity, equality, and sustainable development. We aim to mobilize countries of the world towards taking practical steps that will resolve global challenges while strengthening international cooperation within a rules-based system. In an interconnected world, the challenges faced by one nation affect inevitably all nations. Through solidarity, we seek to advance a unified and mutual support among nation members. By advancing equality, we seek to ensure fair treatment, opportunities, and advancement for all individuals and nations. This must be irrespective of their economic status, their gender, their race, their geographic location, or other characteristics. Sustainable development is about meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The pace of mobilizing the necessary resources to ensure that countries with developing economies meet the SDGs does not just have to be accelerated, it has indeed to be turbocharged. South Africa's G20 presidency will place Africa's developmental priorities at the top of its agenda. A prosperous, developed, and stable Africa is a central pillar of our foreign policy. In this, we are guided by the priorities contained in the African Union's Agenda 2063 that talks about the Africa that we want. We will work in close collaboration with the African Union, which has now been admitted as a member of the G20. South Africa's G20 presidency provides us with a great opportunity to advocate for and mobilize support for developing economies of Africa, but also of the global South. In doing so, we will build on the efforts and successes of the Indonesian, Indian, and Saudi Arabian and Brazilian G20 presidencies. With less than 6 years to go before 2030 for the attainment of the UN Agenda for the Sustainable Development, we are at a crucial inflection point in humanity's history. As the G20, we have an important role to play in fulfilling the aspirations of the UN Charter for social progress and for better standards of life and for larger freedom for the peoples of the world. In this regard, the UN Charter highlights the employment of international machinery for the promotion of economic and social development for all people. By strengthening and reforming multilateral mechanisms and institutions, by deepening economic cooperation, we can indeed realize a better world free from the twin scourges of inequality and underdevelopment. And I do believe that this is the time for us to achieve all those aspirations that we have set out for ourselves. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, for his remarks, and I now have the honor of asking His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, to deliver his speech. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Caro companheiro. My dear friend, Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa. My dear Secretary General Antonio Guterres. I also like to greet the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Young, my brothers, ministers, my brother, Mauro Vieira, who is the Foreign Affairs Minister of Brazil. I would like to welcome everyone in this meeting of G20 G20 foreign ministers. I'd like to thank the presence of the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Yang, and the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for their presence. It is an honor to speak after President Ramaphosa. For the very first time in history, the G20 countries are gathered at the UN headquarters in an event open to all members of the organization. This was not a trivial decision. It is coherent with our core belief that the United Nations are and must continue to be the heart of the multilateral system. Brazil is working hard to ensure the G20 agenda can present concrete advancements. At the core of our priorities is the fight against inequality in all its forms. This concern pervades the three pillars that guide our presidency. The first is social inclusion. In July, we adopted the foundations of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which is now open for membership and will be officially launched in November. The alliance will mobilize technical and financial resources to promote a pool of public policies with confirmed efficacy against these scourges. The second pillar is addressing climate change. The G20 is responsible for 80% of all greenhouse emissions, as our president said. Its leadership in the mission to restraining global warming will make all the difference to our entire planet. Brazil has brought to the climate debate stakeholders such as central banks, public development banks, so as to ensure a fair transition. We have approved the first document, bioeconomy, that was multilaterally agreed upon. The third pillar is the reform of global governance, the main focus of this meeting. As I said yesterday in my speech at the opening of the General Assembly, the international community is running around in circles. We have not been able to respond to global challenges because we exchange multilateralism for unilateral actions or excluding arrangements. We have not been working together because multilateral institutions have lost their credibility. To break through this vicious circus, we need the courage to change. It's so that we can overcome our differences. Our response capacity is particularly impaired by the lack of representativeness that affects international organizations. If the wealthy countries wish to have the support of the developing world to address the multiple crises of our time, the global South must be fully represented in the main decision-making fora. This requires at least three major focus areas which are reflected in the call for action endorsed by the G20 and that the chancellors will discuss this morning. The first is to eliminate the strongly regressive character of the international financing architecture. Developing countries face disproportionate costs and difficulties for obtaining funding when compared to the rich countries. The interest rates imposed upon the global South countries are much higher than those applied to the developed nations. The level of indebtedness that severely affects some developing countries strangles any investment in infrastructure, well-being, and sustainability. In 2022, the difference between the amounts paid by the developing world to foreign creditors and that which it received was of $49 billion. There's more money coming out of these countries than going in. Taxes on the super rich is a way to fight inequality and to redirect resources to development priorities and climate action. The UN and its Secretary General must once again occupy a central role in the discussions about economic and financial issues of global relevance. When the IMF and the World Bank were created, their executive boards had 12 seats for a universe of 44 countries. Today, there are 25 seats for more than 193 countries. If the original proportion had been kept, these boards should have now at least 52 seats. The rationale of exclusion is reproduced in several levels. In the green funds, forest and mega-diverse countries are forced to share seats, while wealthy countries occupy the exclusive seats. The second pillar is rethinking the international trade system. Nobody remembers anymore of the Doha development round. The WTO is currently paralyzed due to geopolitical and economic interests. Reversing the new drive towards protectionism, which disproportionately impairs the developing countries, is key to ensuring a more equitable trade. These changes will have limited impact in the absence of effective reforms. The third pillar is promoting a comprehensive reform of the UN. At the time of its inauguration in 1945, the member states opted for collaboration to prevent fragmentation. This required enormous political will and great wisdom. Today, we are faced with a similar choice. 51 countries that founded the United Nations. Currently, we are 193 member states. Brazil stands firm in its historic position. The UN must always be at the center of global governance. The organization is going through a crisis of trust, which must be reestablished. The Pact for the Future represents an important step in this direction. However, we cannot avoid structural transformations. The General Assembly, in the UN's most democratic level, in it, each state, regardless of the size of its population or of its economy, has the right to express its voice. We must also strengthen other bodies, such as the Economic and Social Council. The ECOSOC must occupy its place at the forefront of the promotion of sustainable development. It must fulfill a more active role in monitoring the goals of the 2030 Agenda and beyond, and of the climate commitments. In its current configuration, the Security Council has proven incapable of solving conflicts and even less capable of preventing them. Its procedures lack transparency. Its decisions lack coherence. Millions of people suffer the consequences. Millions of people suffer the consequences of this inefficiency. With more representativeness, especially from Africa and Latin America and the Caribbean region, we will stand more chances to overcome the polarization that paralyzes the Council. So that's why Brazil considers to present a proposal to call for a conference to review the UN Charter on the basis of its Article 109. Each country may have its own vision regarding the ideal model for reforming the global governance system. However, we must all agree that the reform is fundamental and the reform is urgent. Ladies and gentlemen, criticizing without taking action is a sterile exercise that ends in discouragement. But admitting that there are cracks to be repaired is the very first step into building something better. Each day we go by with an archaic and excluding structure is a day lost in the quest for solutions for the grave crises that afflict humanity. I am certain that everyone here is committed to the future of the United Nations and will work with dedication in favor of a just world and a sustainable planet, as the motto of our G20 presidency states. You can count on Brazil to promote a renewed and invigorated multilateral system. I wish you all a great meeting. Thank you very much.
I thank President Lula for his remarks. Excellencies and gentlemen, we have concluded the opening segment of our meeting. I would like to ask you to remain in your seats as President Lula, President Ramaphosa, the President of the General Assembly, and the Secretary General of the United Nations leave us to attend other engagements, and we reshuffle our podium to start our ministerial segment. We will resume right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Well,
President.
well, it's the
aqui, né? Cadê? We will restart our session, our meeting right now. Please, if you could please take your seats. Distinguished ministers of foreign affairs, representatives of international organizations, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the second G20 Foreign Ministers meeting in 2024. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the United Nations Secretariat for the support which allowed the use to host the meeting in the ECOSOC chamber. As I have already mentioned, for the very first time in its history, the G20 meets inside the United Nations headquarters in a meeting open to all UN member states. Through this unprecedented initiative, the Brazilian G20 presidency wishes to combine the relevance of the Group of 20 as the world's premier forum for the international economic cooperation to high-profile importance of the United Nations as the center of international multilateral system. In this meeting, I would like to propose that we concentrate on the third priority set by the Brazilian G20 presidency, global governance reform. Before we proceed, however, allow me to restate the importance Brazil attaches to promoting social inclusion, combating hunger and poverty, and achieving sustainable development and just energy transitions, which constitute the other priorities set by the presidency and have been discussed in the G20 meetings. In particular, I would like to appeal to all of you to join the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, a key priority of the Brazilian presidency. In the G20 ministerial meeting of the task force to establish a global alliance against hunger and poverty, which took place in July in Rio de Janeiro, G20 members agreed in the 4 foundational documents of the initiative. Now the alliance is open to the participation of all your countries and will be officially launched at Rio de Janeiro's Leaders Summit in November. My country hopes to count on the support of all UN members for us to announce a significant contribution to the goal of eradicating hunger in the world by the end of the decade. Excellencies, as you all are aware, the second Foreign Ministers meeting in New York presents itself as an unprecedented opportunity for the G20 and other UN member states to join hands in favor of a call to action for the reform of global governance institutions, with the United Nations as its center. The call of action, carefully negotiated among G20 members and the Brazilian presidency guest countries, encompasses 3 key aspects of global governance reform. First, the reform of the United Nations. Second, the reform of international financial architecture. And third, the reform of multilateral trade system. I would like to thank all G20 delegations for their constructive engagement and for their support for this document, which we have allowed us to reach consensus on this text. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the honor to present the call of action on global governance reform for a formal adoption by acclamation by G20 members and this whole assembly. So it's approved. I thank all of you for your support. The call to action is now adopted by G20 members and is open for endorsement by other UN members. Those delegations that wish to do so at this meeting are invited to indicate their endorsements in their interventions. I now would like to give the floor to the Foreign Minister of India, Dr. Subramanian Jaishankar, as a member of the Troika of G20. Please, you have the floor, Minister.
Thank you, Mauro. Excellencies, dear colleagues, allow me to present India's views on the three key areas of global governance reform. First is the reform of the UN and its subsidiary bodies. The world has evolved into a smart, interconnected, and multipolar arena, and its members have increased fourfold since UN's inception. Yet the UN remains a prisoner of the past. As a result, the UN Security Council struggles to fulfill its mandate of maintaining international peace and stability, undermining its effectiveness and credibility. Without reforms, including expansion in both categories of UNSC membership, its lack of effectiveness will only continue. Expansion and proper representation in the permanent category is a particular imperative. Asia, Africa, and Latin America, the global south, cannot continue to be shortchanged. They must be given their legitimate voice. Real change needs to happen and happen fast. The second issue is the reform of the international financial architecture. The Bretton Woods institutions have to now focus on urgent issues dictated by persistent development challenges and pressing climate change. Neither the MDBs nor the orthodox global financial system were designed to handle them. Financing and investment gaps for SDGs, estimated at up to $4 trillion annually, need to be addressed urgently. As key anchors of the global development financing landscape, MDBs must be made more robust, expansive, and effective. Significant strides were made with your collective support during India's G20 presidency in this regard. G20 leaders had called for expanding development and climate finance from billions to trillions. They had encouraged MDBs to refine their vision, incentive structures, operational approaches, and financial capacities to maximize their development impact. Brazil's presidency, as we all appreciate, has continued that momentum. The 2024 G20 roadmap for better, bigger, and more effective MDBs builds on the New Delhi mandate and the recommendations of the 2023 G20 Independent Expert Group on strengthening MDBs. The third issue is reform of the multilateral trading system. India remains unwavering in its commitment to a rules-based, non-discriminatory, fair, open, inclusive, equitable, and transparent multilateral trading system with the WTO at its core. We strongly support policies that foster trade and investment, enabling every nation to flourish in an interconnected and dynamic world. To foster a favorable trade and investment environment, we must ensure a truly level playing field and fair competition. Market distorting practices and protectionism must be firmly discouraged. India calls for comprehensive reform of the WTO to enhance its functions through an inclusive, member-driven, and transparent process. It remains committed to constructive discussions for realizing a fully operational and effective dispute settlement mechanism, the dispute settlement system accessible by all members. A reformed and fair multilateral trading system is vital for our future to be more equitable and inclusive. Colleagues, breaking the stasis requires more than incremental changes. It demands bold, transformative action. The world looks to the G20 in that regard. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of India, Dr. Jay Shankar, and now I'd like to give the floor to South Africa as a member of the Troika and next presidency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let me from the onset align myself with the earlier remarks made by the President of the Republic of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa. South Africa commends His Excellency President Lula da Silva's call that as the G20 President for the reinvigoration of multilateralism and the reform of the global governance institutions to make it more representative and inclusive. We further thank Brazil for its innovative leadership in calling for this G20 meeting and inviting all members of the UN. We have just had a successful summit of the future where our leaders have adopted the Pact of the Future towards forging a new global consensus for the global community to be prepared for the future threats and challenges, in particular climate change, global finance architecture, and to make developments in artificial intelligence inclusive to the Global South. We also welcome the fact that the Pact of the Future calls for the reform of the UN itself and also for the Security Council, which has always been a long-standing call of the African Union. This meeting today and this call to action further demonstrate the collective global solidarity in addressing current and future global challenges. South Africa will carry forward the momentum laid by Brazil on the reform of multilateral institutions. As President Ramaphosa has said earlier this morning, South Africa has adopted the following theme for the G20 presidency: solidarity, equality, and sustainable development. This theme speaks to the development priorities of the Global South, particularly also including the African continent, which is now fully represented with the admission of the African Union in the G20. In pursuing this theme, South Africa will work to ensure that the G20 provides a strategic direction towards establishing a more equitable, representative, and fit-for-purpose international order. Our theme also confirms South Africa's intention to build on the efforts and successes of the G20 presidencies of Indonesia, India, and Brazil to ensure that the needs and interests and aspirations of the developing economies of the Global South and Africa in particular drives the overall G20 agenda going forward. Under our overarching theme, South Africa's priorities will include the following: developing the momentum and resuscitating our solidarity to accelerate efforts to achieve the SDGs and to work towards the aspirations and objectives of Agenda 2063 of the African Union. We will also work to implement the action platform to implement the Pact of the Future. We will also work in terms of predictable and sustainable financing for development and addressing the critical issue of debt vulnerability of many countries of the Global South. As we know, many countries in the Global South are forced to forego their developmental programs to service exorbitant debts. Poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment are common triggers for conflict and instability. The world should finance more development than wars. Creating consensus around reform of the international financial architecture, notably the multilateral development banks, which is critical to ensure that they become fit for purpose to adequately address sustainable development and transboundary challenges. Combating climate change, considering that developing the countries suffer disproportionately from the climate crisis, even though they are only responsible for a fraction of the global emissions. Global warming has devastating consequences for food security in developing countries. Addressing issues of predatory mining by some countries and corporations, especially in the quest for Africa's raw materials and critical minerals. South Africa will take forward the outcomes of the report of the UN Secretary General's panel on critical energy transition minerals. We'll also work on the strengthening of the multilateral trading system, the WTO, which constitutes the only multilateral body capable of managing divergences and coordinating position in global trade. Strengthening the multilateral trading system means moving forward with the WTO reform process, reinforcing the centrality of the development dimension, and particularly focusing on the reform of the dispute settlement pillar. What is needed is a functioning dispute settlement system that is also equally accessible to all member states. Other key issues we'll advance include issues of industrialization, employment and equality, and a universal social floor, food security, the blue economy, and cross-cutting initiatives on artificial intelligence. South Africa's G20 presidency will mark the end of the cycle of the G20 presidencies. We intend to undertake a review of the first cycle of the G20 presidencies. This is critical to ensure implementation. Brazil can count on us to maintain the momentum that we have already started with their presidency on the reform of the multilateral institutions. I thank you for your attention.
I thank Minister Ronald Lamola for his intervention. Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa, and dear colleagues, before opening the floor to the other G20 members, allow me to make some housekeeping announcements. Following G20 established practice, the Troika members, India and South Africa, have already made their remarks. They will be followed now by the other G20 members in alphabetical order, according to the English name of each country or organization. The guest countries of the Brazilian G20 presidency and WTO, represented by its Director General, will follow suit. Subsequently, I will give the floor to other UN member states, permanent observers represented at ministerial level, and heads of other international organizations present at this meeting wishing to speak, in accordance with the list circulated to all participants and available through the web link provided by the Secretariat. I would like to ask everyone's cooperation in strictly observing the 5-minute time limit for intervention by states and 3 minutes by heads of international organizations. As we have a very long list of countries wishing to intervene during our meeting, keeping your speeches within this time limit is very important and will be very much appreciated by all. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mohamed Merzoug, Chairperson of the Executive Council of the African Union. Sir, you have the floor.
Merci, chers collègues, mesdames, messieurs.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It is with a great sense of responsibility and honor that I'm taking the floor at this meeting, at this second meeting of the G20 foreign ministers, and I'm speaking on behalf of the African Union, and in particular I'd like to express my sincere thanks to the Brazilian authorities for the way in which they have steered this meeting, and also I'd like to thank the United Nations for making this meeting possible. Their vision is in line with the African Union's vision. That is to say, to reinvigorate multilateralism and the role that the United Nations can play in the management of relations between states and international organizations. We know that this meeting is being held at a critical juncture. In the context of the permanent quest that we have in the African Union for a reform of global governance to make it much more inclusive. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when the United Nations was established in 1945, less less than 4 African nations were actually represented at the San Francisco conference. But this, nevertheless, was used to pave the way for the establishment of the institutions that we know today, such as the World Bank and the IMF. Since then, however, the world has changed enormously, and Africa now plays a major role on the international stage. And this is also in line with the 2063 agenda that Africa has. Now Africa makes up more than a quarter of United Nations members. And there are more than 1.4 billion people living in Africa, which is 17% of the global population. And 62% of those people are aged less than 25. So this is a demographic momentum which is very precious, not just for us within Africa, but also for the entire global community in terms of the implementation of the energy transition, for instance. It is in this viewpoint that we welcome the appeal launched by the Brazil presidency for there to be a substantial reform of global governance. This initiative is being taken at a very critical time. We think that it's a very serious moment, and therefore the initiative should be fully supported, and we do fully support it. We particularly welcome the consensus that is being built about the need to reform the composition of the UN Security Council so that it can better reflect the major current geopolitical balance. We also need to beef up the role of the General Assembly and ECOSOC, while also ensuring synergies between peace-building efforts and regional initiatives such as the African Peace and Security Council. We also need to see reform of the international financial system. We welcome the progress that has been made, notably within the context of the IMF Governance Board, but we need to go further than this. We need to restructure the way in which debt is treated. The over-indebtedness of low-income countries is a major threat to the global economy, and it's a major threat to countries' resilience. This is something that needs to be borne in mind in the context of the WTO. Since the Doha process was launched, the views of African countries in particular have not been borne in mind enough. And so this process needs to be given new momentum, and this agenda needs to go much further. We're at a critical juncture for humanity. We're seeing an increase in geopolitical tensions. We're seeing the effects of climate change and the repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic and major global inequalities. They all demand that we work together. We welcome the outcome of the Summit of the Future, and we believe that there must be more specific negotiations to modernize our global governance institutions to tailor them better to the realities of the 21st century. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate the African Union's unwavering commitment to participate actively in these discussions in a spirit of cooperation and commitment. We call on the members of the G20 to show strong leadership. But as has been said, Africa holds a great deal of potential, human and energy potential. We're not just seeking assistance. We want to be a trustworthy partner on the international stage. We don't want to be seen as just seeking assistance. We want to contribute to building a much more prosperous and much more equitable world. The 80th anniversary of the United Nations is coming up next year. This is an opportunity to give humanity a gift when it comes to addressing the major global challenges. This is the ambition that we have, and we think that if by working together, we can make progress on these aspects: inclusivity, equity, and a much more consistent global architecture, which will bring about peace and development. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the African Union, and now I give the floor to Her Excellency Diana Mondino, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, I want to thank you for organizing this meeting. I believe it's a great idea to invite all members from United Nations to be present and participate in the dialogue in this forum. I also want to thank you for your and Mr. President Lula personal involvement in the Venezuelan crisis. Brazil has taken a very brave and gallant attitude, accepting to follow and protect Argentinian interests there, considering that there are some asylum seekers that have been staying at our residence for over 6 months. They have not yet been granted authorization to leave the country, and I may say that the authoritarian Maduro regime considers them hostages rather than citizens. And again, not necessarily considering what we have to discuss in this forum, but I also want to bring to all attendees' attention that yesterday, Mr. David Lammy, Foreign Office Minister of the United Kingdom, and myself, have announced that we have agreed on a variety of issues regarding Malvinas. Most important and noticeable, it is a humanitarian project that the Red Cross will be conducting. Well, focusing on the subject of this meeting that we are having, we believe in the call for action on global governance, and we all must help fight against hunger and poverty. We are here discussing also international organizations so as to make sure that the system has the proper levers to guarantee peace, allow for non-discriminatory trade, and finance development. President Lula has just proposed to review the United Nations Chart. I agree, and I add, based on Article 109. This allows to rethink the system and go back to its origins within the system. We're all worried with the present situation. Let's change. I hope it can be done within the institutions with the mechanisms already provided for in the chart, and hopefully with all of us. Among the many proposals to be analyzed, we believe it is very important that veto power cannot be used in certain specific circumstances, such as war crimes or atrocities. While we discuss the number of participants on who should those be and how and when they are participating at the Security Council, a most important issue is being overlooked. If there are many participants in the Security Council with veto power, it will then be extremely difficult to ever reach an agreement. So we also have to discuss that in the international arena, we have to have rules-based system, and it is of paramount importance. But it is also important at the domestic level. We, Argentina, must not be hypocritical and complain about a lack of playing field in the international field, while at the same time we have imposed on our producers a lot of restrictions during decades. Having said that, having acknowledged that, an international rules-based system, non-discriminatory, should be based on sensible rules. Many of the issues that are being considered at this and other discussion tables impose a heavy burden on developing countries. For example, it is not fair to punish countries if there is deforestation, while at the same time not considering the reforestation that has taken place in other parts of the same country. Even more, if we believe that carbon bonds are good for offsetting problems in one area, how come within one country there cannot be a complete calculation? And what is even more significant, should deforestation be even considered? Is that the right way to go? Is that the right way to fight poverty? What is really relevant is carbon sequestration. That is relevant for all the problems that we have, and it can be done far more effectively through pastures than through forests. At the same time, that provides food of the highest quality and at a very low cost. If we really want to stop hunger and poverty, we cannot discard our very best option. And by the way, and I stress, it also helps with decarbonization. At the same time, we suggest the approach to many issues should be slightly different. We all know the carrot and the stick metaphor. Rather than only applying the stick, there should also be carrots. That is to say, there must be incentives to do the right thing for our people. That will also benefit customers in other countries. And as far as I know, more supply and less monopolies are most probably a very good thing. When we mention rules-based system, we should particularly consider the World Trade Organization that hopefully will be very proactive in the future. Having a few or even one country with an opposite opinion should not be hindering the rest of the world for taking the right kind of actions. On the other hand, we all want peace. President Milei has mentioned yesterday in his approach that trade guarantees peace, freedom guarantees trade, and equal rights guarantees freedom. We need freedom to have trade, to have peace. Mr. President, as a country that has a constitution that was enabled back in 1853, with French and American Revolution at its origins and hearts, and a government that holds liberal values, in many countries those are called libertarian, we hope that we can find the right way to fight poverty, hunger, and the many other ailments in the world. And may I finish paraphrasing from yesterday President Lula's address to the Assembly. Fome now è appena un risultato dei fattori esternos, sobretudo e das escolhas políticas. O que falta é criar as condições políticas. So hunger is not only the result of external factors, above all, it's the result of political decisions. We must work to create the right political conditions. Thank you very much.
I thank the Foreign Minister of Argentina for her intervention, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. David Lammy, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much, Mauro, for bringing us together today and for all Brazil's work as host this year, especially on global governance reform. The G20 grew hugely in importance as a forum when I was last in government, with the first summits during Gordon Brown's premiership of the United Kingdom. So I'm delighted to see that the G20 remains an important forum for countries from the global north and the global south to come together, representing 80% of global GDP. And this is all the more important given the great challenges that we face. As I said to the Summit of the Future earlier on this week, we cannot ignore the strain that these challenges are placing on the multilateral system. Conflicts, crisis, geopolitical competition, all on the rise. Countries' trust in the international system in one another as two is falling. I'm a convinced multilateralist, whatever its imperfections. With my own heritage, I know how far the world has progressed over the centuries, from an imperialist era of right is might to a rules-based international order founded on the principles of the UN Charter, which has brought security and prosperity to so many. We must build on that progress, starting with a realistic appraisal of the problems that we face. And we all have a responsibility to respect the principles of the UN Charter, to invest in the multilateral system, and to drive reforms so that it can better respond to the challenges of today. And that is precisely what the new British government is seeking to do. We continue to support Ukraine to defend itself against Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion and to achieve a just and lasting peace. We've called for an immediate ceasefire, both in Gaza and in Lebanon, and we can open up progress on a wider political pathway towards a two-state solution between Israelis and Palestinians, and a long-term solution based on the principles of the UN Security Council Resolution 1701. We are proud that Britain is the third largest contributor to the World Bank, is contributing 260 times more than Russia to Gavi in the current funding period and is the 5th largest financial contributor to UN peacekeeping. And we will continue this investment in the multilateral system. And to go further, as I set out last week in my Q lecture, pledging a renewed British diplomatic drive on climate and nature. And central to going further is real progress on reform, as Mauro, you have sought to do this year with your call for action. We are eager to see it implemented. We want a more representative Security Council with permanent African representation and permanent seats for India, for Germany, for Japan, and for Brazil. And we also support expanding the non-permanent category of membership, taking the Council's total membership to somewhere in the mid-20s. We want to see strong UN leadership in preventing and ending conflicts and better UN coordination to accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. We support establishing a fully functioning WTO dispute settlement system as soon as possible and greater cooperation between members to achieve meaningful WTO reform. And we have high ambitions for reform of the global financial system. As my good friend Mia Motley says, the problem is systemic. The G20 must heed the voices of the wider international community. We must act, scaling the amount of finance provided by international financial institutions, harnessing the potential of private capital, and strengthening the voice of the poorest and most vulnerable within the system. And of course, we must tackle unsustainable debt. I know the challenges that we face are significant, and I know progress will not be easy. But as the growing role of the G20 shows, change is possible. We can deliver a better system. We can build a better future for all. Britain is committed to working with all who share that ambition at the Rio Summit and beyond. Thank you very much, Mauro.
I thank the Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the United Kingdom, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Penny Wong, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Australia.
Muito obrigada. Thank you very much to Brazil for convening this meeting of the G20 Foreign Ministers on Global Governance Reform. It is an important meeting because we all understand that the multilateral system is falling short of the commitments we have made together. At a time when the world's people have never needed it more people are displaced, more are hungry, there is more conflict, and there is a greater risk of nuclear warfare. And the climate is changing faster than our combined efforts to stop it. But there is a simple truth, which is we can only avert these crises by working together. Our nations and our peoples want a world that is governed by agreed rules and norms that enable peace, that enable prosperity, rules that are the foundation for the character of the world we want. But the international system must evolve to better represent and reflect the reality for the majority of the world's people. This is why we support Brazil's call to action and why we support its focus on ending world hunger and on equality. Australia supports a revitalised UN General Assembly and a stronger UN Peacebuilding Commission, and we must reform the UN Security Council to meet the challenges of today. We must ensure greater permanent and non-permanent representation for Africa, for Latin America, for the Caribbean and the Asia-Pacific. But reform cannot become a means for disruptors to undermine elements of the system that protect us all. It must be about meeting the needs of all countries, including small and medium countries, rather than increasing the power of a few. Colleagues, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine violates the UN Charter and the principles which underpin global stability, global security and global prosperity, and we again call on Russia as a P5 member and its supporters, some of whom are in this room, to immediately end this war. Australia hears the calls from so many for a strengthened global financial architecture, and we are acting to support reforms that improve responsiveness to global shocks, to boost transparency and build sustainability and resilience, particularly in the smallest and most vulnerable countries. We have supported progress on multilateral development bank reform and rechanneling of special drawing rights to the IMF. We have committed $492 million to the Asian Development Fund replenishment round, working with Japan to unlock a record $5 billion in new assistance to the region's most vulnerable countries. And by the end of next year, we will offer climate-resilient debt clauses in our sovereign loans. We know development finance reform is critical for economic development. So too is the World Trade Organisation's framework for international trade. However, this also needs reform. Continue pushing for a more effective WTO, including through bringing into force recent WTO plurilateral agreements and fixing the WTO dispute settlement system. The logic of the post-war economic order was to enable development and growth for all through openness. We know that economic interdependence is too often being misused for strategic and political ends, but we believe that economic integration still provides a critical incentive for peace, a critical incentive for the sharing of the benefits of prosperity. My friends, prosperity and stability has never been some things that we can take for granted, especially today as we worry about new outbreaks of conflict, escalation of current conflicts, or even conflict between great powers. We have consistently called for open lines of communication between the United States and China, and we welcome the resumption of dialogue at all levels. Today's circumstances mean we need to commit anew to conflict prevention, to commit anew to reduction of risk of crisis, conflict and war by accident. Around this room and around the world, military power is expanding, but the measures to constrain military conflict are not. And in conflicts around the world, civilian suffering is unacceptable. The world demands a ceasefire in Gaza. Aid must flow, hostages must be released, and Lebanon cannot become the next Gaza. To preserve peace, it is up to us all to act. To preserve peace, it is up to all of us to minimise the risk of misunderstanding and miscalculation. To preserve peace, it is up to all of us to prevent catastrophic conflict. Australia is committed to playing our part, to maintain conditions for peace through our diplomacy, through supporting the multilateral system while playing our part in transparent and collective deterrence of aggression. This is in pursuit of our desire for a world where every country operates by rules that we have all had a say in shaping. In closing, we reiterate our support for Brazil's call to action, and we thank Brazil for its leadership and thank India and South Africa as members of the Troika for their leadership through this period. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Australia, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jean-Noël Barrot, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France.
Chers collègues, mesdames et messieurs.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the Brazilian G20 presidency, specifically the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mauro Vieira, for putting forward this initiative, holding this meeting in the spirit of cohesion and cooperation. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the Bretton Woods institutions, as well as the Summit of the Future, held under the auspices of the Secretary General. This is a singular moment, an opportunity to reassert the importance of the multilateral system with the United Nations at its heart, as well as to accelerate the reform thereof. Despite its shortcomings, the current system is absolutely vital if we are to tackle the crises we face. Nonetheless, the system must become fairer and more effective. There is no shortage of challenges: combating poverty, inequality, as well as climate change. We must position ourselves in order to be able to respond to global pandemics when they strike. These are the ambitions Brazil is pursuing as part of its G20 presidency, and it will be taking these forward at the COP30 in Belém. We support these ambitions. It is in this spirit that France has supported Security Council reform in a clear, historic and unswerving fashion. We're convinced that we need Security Council enlargement across its two categories of membership. We've been committed for over 2 decades to getting Africa better representation on the Security Council, including amongst the permanent members. This is a key component of the G4 model, and thus Brazil's as well, and we support the aspiration to a permanent seat. Furthermore, France is committed to inviting the African Union to G20 meetings. In a similarly responsible fashion, France, together with Mexico, has put forward an initiative that requires no change to the UN Charter, but allows for a responsible use of the veto, committing to avoid recourse to the veto in cases of mass atrocities. I welcome the fact that a large number of states here at the table have already supported our initiative. I call on those who'd like to do so to join us and bring about change. The General Assembly must be revitalized to bolster its effectiveness. It must guide us towards the achievement of the SDGs and towards respect of international law, humanitarian law, and human rights. We must listen to what the G8 has already conveyed to us. 143 member states of the General Assembly affirmed their support to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. They did this in October 2022. In February 2023, 141 states called for the withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukraine. The message is crystal clear. However, reforms mustn't be circumscribed to bodies here in New York. International financial institutions also require large-scale reform. We've managed to unlock additional funding from all available sources, public and private alike. We'll continue these efforts, building on the momentum built by the Paris Pact for People and Planet, which has been endorsed by 62 states to date. This pact, the 4P, has already resulted in tangible results. For instance, innovative mechanisms have been deployed. Debt repayment suspension clauses in the event of natural disasters are being rolled out. A task force on international taxation, co-chaired by France, Kenya, and Barbados, is up and running. It's meeting regularly to craft innovative proposals with a view to making the financial system fairer and more equitable. What also springs to mind is debt relief for developing countries. Developing countries' aspirations must be taken into consideration to a greater extent. To this end, we need these countries to be better implemented within the various institutions. We've kickstarted dialogue to revise the shareholding of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the IBRD, as well as the development of the 17th quota review at the IMF. The WTO must be more effective to combat protectionism and respond to new realities. We all agree with the assessment our system must reconcile international trade and the protection of biodiversity and our climate. Let's work together to come up with rules and mechanisms which will make international trade a catalyst of the energy and environmental transition at the global level. By way of conclusion, I'd like to add that through its call to action, the G20 has shown that it aspires to make global governance reform a concrete reality so as to achieve effective collective action. It is in this constructive spirit that France has committed itself to contributing to this reform. We must stand against fragmentation. We must abide by the rules for the benefit of all our people. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of France and now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Josep Borrell, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. You have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you to Brazil. I commend you, Minister, and President Lula for making the G20 a driver for change and a key forum to address the complex challenges of our time. The G20 call to action on global governance reform presented today translates our commitment to move from words to action. We have a lot of words, maybe not so much action.
And to increase the effectiveness of the multilateral system, with the United Nations at the core, the European Union fully supports this text. This reform should reflect our commitment to the rule of law, to humanitarian principles, to protect human rights, and dignity for all individuals. But how can we be credible to reinforce our commitment to United Nations Charter and international law when Russia has started and continuing a brutal, illegal, and unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine? How can we say that we are committed to the United Nations Charter when, in the Middle East, how many resolutions of the United Nations has been unfulfilled for many years? How many resolutions of the United Nations and ruling of the International Court of Justice have been completely forgot and not implemented by Israel? How can we continue saying that we are upholding the United Nations Charter when some relevant actors continue forgetting and misleading, not implementing what the United Nations institutions decide? We have heard President Zelensky here in New York. We support the key objectives and principles of this Ukrainian peace formula for a comprehensive and lasting peace. Only this path will bring a durable solution which matters beyond Europe as well. Many other crises, I mentioned only two, but there are Sudan, Haiti, just to name a few. A call for an effective United Nations can uphold, in fact, the United Nations Charter and deliver our commitment to peace and security. In the Middle East in particular, it's indispensable to reach a ceasefire to alleviate the catastrophic humanitarian situation and stop the escalation of violence in the region. As my colleague from Australia has said, Lebanon cannot become a second Gaza. And Gaza cannot become a second West Bank. And the second West Bank cannot become a third Gaza. The reforms addressed in the call for action are of key importance. I think there are three issues in which we have to focus our attention. First, representation and accountability. Second, financial vulnerabilities. And third, stop the global economic fragmentation. We need a comprehensive reform of the Security Council, talking about representation and accountability. A Security Council that strengthens the voice of underrepresented region and not only Africa. We need a United Nations General Assembly working better and more on the areas of peace and security. The second in the call for action is an effective international financial architecture to address global challenges. Together at the G20, we have identified the potential to unlock about 357 billions in additional lending from the headroom by multilateral development banks. This is remarkable. Just mobilizing these resources would be already a great success. We have to certainly finalize the G20 roadmap for a better, bigger, more effective system of multilateral development bank by October this year. We know what it means. Private sector mobilization, domestic resources mobilization, increasing concessional finance for the low-income and middle-income countries. The third, global debt vulnerabilities. Low-income and middle-income countries cannot continue to pay their debt at the expenses of investment in education and health. Our priority is not to create new debt relief instruments, but to scale up the implementation of the existing one. The third dimension, you have to face the risk of geopolitical tensions, sustaining the multilateral trading system and WTO rules as our best guardrail against global economic fragmentation. We have to restore a well-functioning dispute settlement system accessible to all members. This is our top priority. Let me finalize by thanking again President Lula for his leadership and bringing the G20 closer to the United Nations and reminding us that only through an effective, representative, rules-based international order we can aspire to global peace and prosperity. Your Excellencies, I wish a successful outcome to this meeting. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the European Union, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Cindy Thermosuisen, Canadian Sherpa. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you. Canada would like to thank President Lula and Minister Vieira for convening this unique opportunity for foreign ministers to call attention to the issue of global governance reform. And I will be delivering these remarks on behalf of Minister Mélanie Joly. We all know that this is a critical moment for the United Nations and for global governance. World leaders spoke loud and clear at the Summit for the Future. They and we want an effective, transparent, democratic, and accountable multilateral system. Canada is stepping up. We are defenders of the United Nations Charter. We respect international law and support a rules-based order. Canada also believes in accountability for all, including members of the G20 and the UN Security Council. And we condemn Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We urge Russia to immediately withdraw its troops, restore Ukraine's territorial integrity, and respect international law. Canada also calls for the return of Ukrainian children to their families and communities. These children are being deprived of their childhood, their language, their culture, and their identity. We cannot accept a world in which might makes right. We all have a role to play in maintaining a world order anchored in a rigorous and resilient system based on cooperation and respect for sovereignty and the rule of law. We all agree we need a UN that delivers results for everyone. Le Canada soutient pleinement.
Canada fully supports the call for greater coordination between the various bodies, funds, and programs of the United Nations. We recognize the role of the Economic and Social Council in establishing these links. We subscribe to the vision according to which the United Nations would be both inclusive and representative. Canada, presiding over ECOSOC, will work hand in hand with all members to further improve the Council's working methods, specifically by ensuring greater participation on the part of academia, the scientific community, civil society, as well as other entities. Buttressing the power of women will have a multiplying effect on development. Canada will also continue to promote gender equality. We'd like to endorse the proposals which aim to strengthen the Peacebuilding Commission so that the PBC can harness its advisory, liaison, and mobilization roles, helping countries to prevent conflicts and to maintain peace. In a similar fashion, we must also promote greater participation by women in peacekeeping operations, as well as improve peacekeeper training.
He supports United Nations Security Council reform. We continue to call for a comprehensive and realistic reform of the UN Security Council that prioritizes equitable and meaningful representation. An increase in non-permanent membership category offers every member state a concrete opportunity to contribute actively to the maintenance of international peace and security, thus rebalancing the UNSC. Canada's interpretation of today's call to action is that countries are ready to consider an expansion of the Council in the non-permanent membership category. We maintain our position that we are not in favor of adding new members to the permanent membership category, nor of extending the right of veto. Canada's interpretation of the G20 call to action is that no agreement has been yet reached at G20 level on adding new members to the permanent membership category or on extending the veto power. Canada commits to continue to work constructively to find common ground on this important issue. Enfin, il nous faut...
Last but not least, we need international financial institutions which are both predictable and flexible. We must strengthen our multilateral development banks to make them greater, better, and more effective. It's absolutely vital that we meet the needs both of developing economies and emerging economies as well. The goal being to achieve our climate and development objectives, as well as to tackle the issue of debt, which is hitting many economies. The G20 is a constructive partner in this task. The G20 has done a great deal of work so as to take us forward on multilateral development bank reform.
It is vital to mobilize more funds, and we need to be innovative. Hybrid capital, the channeling of special drawing rights and other tools, including country-specific solutions, can help us make better use of funds. Only by working together can we achieve sustainable development and a more prosperous, peaceful future for all. La réforme de la
Reform of global governance will be the key to our success. Canada stands ready to work concretely to achieve this objective. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Canada, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Retno Marsudi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia.
Very much, Mauro. Colleagues, we must confront the uncomfortable truth. There are signs of failure of multilateralism, fragmentation of global governance, erosion of trust, and inadequate response to emerging challenges. The consequences of this failure are profound. Without a functional multilateral system, we risk sliding into an era where power prevails over justice. Indeed, the dire humanitarian situation in Palestine has truly revealed on how frail multilateralism has become. The genocide in Gaza, along with the escalation of tension in the Middle East, serve as a reminder of the urgent need to uphold international law and fundamental rights without exemption, as our VP Borrell mentioned about it. Do not let what happened in Ukraine, Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon becomes a new normal. While multilateralism may be faltering, it is not beyond repair. The G20 must restore hope, trust, and credibility of the multilateral order. On this note, I wish to underline 3 points. First, we need better representation. Global governance must undergo reforms that make them more inclusive, representative, and efficient. Decision-making processes should reflect the realities of today's world, where the Global South represents 85% of the world population and a growing share of its GDP. Second, promote strategic trust and fairness. Trust can only be restored if we act fairly. Developed countries must fulfill their obligation on issues such as climate finance and sustainable development, and it is essential to bridge the gap between the promises made at the Global Summit and the concrete action on the ground. Third, adapt to the evolving challenges. We need a new framework for digital governance, for cyber regulation, for artificial intelligence, to ensure that technological progress benefits all, not just the few. And we also need bolder and more concrete action on addressing climate change. Colleagues, the G20 must lead the charge to rebuild a more inclusive, just, and effective multilateralism. And it is time to act together for our common good. And to this end, Indonesia support Brazil's call of action on global governance reform. I thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, And I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Wang Yi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of China.
Mr. President, colleagues, it is a pleasure to attend the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. I'd like to thank Brazil for your active efforts. The theme of this year's summit is Building a Just World and a Sustainable Planet. This echoes the call of the times and meets the aspiration of the people. G20 members should shoulder responsibilities and set examples in a manner befitting major countries. We should advance and improve global governance in the spirit of partnership and work relentlessly for a just world and a sustainable planet. President Xi Jinping often says that actions speak louder than words and that everything takes 1 part planning and 9 parts implementation. Today, we decide to launch a call to action on global governance reform. Going forward, we should translate the call to action into action and turn vision into outcome. The G20 should be supporters of UN reform. We should uphold true multilateralism, not selective multilateralism. As the core platform for global governance, the UN should better fulfill its mission of maintaining world peace and promoting common development. The reform of the Security Council should be discussed in depth in the spirit of consensus building and focus on boosting the representation of developing countries. The development of artificial intelligence concerns the common interests of the international community, and the UN should play a central role in the governance of this frontier technology. China supports establishing an AI governance mechanism within the UN framework and delivering on the UN General Assembly resolution on enhancing international cooperation in capacity building of AI. The G20 should be promoters of global economic and financial governance reform. We should further enhance macro policy coordination and reduce the negative spillover effect of policy adjustments made by advanced economies. We should implement the Global Digital Compact and bridge the North-South digital divide. We should advance the reform of the global financial architecture. The World Bank should carry out shareholding review in 2025. And the International Monetary Fund should develop a new quota formula by June 2025, which should give developing countries greater representation and say. China supports the efforts of Secretary General Guterres to promote reform of the global financial system. The G20 should be boosters of global trade governance reform. We should stick to the original goal of building an open world economy, promote trade and investment liberalization and facilitation, and foster a just, fair, and non-discriminatory environment for trade and investment. We should oppose protectionism of all forms, build more bridges of cooperation, and erect fewer trade barriers resembling small-yard high fences. We should bring the dispute settlement mechanism of the World Trade Organization back to normal operation and include the investment facilitation for development agreement in the framework of WTO rules. We should maintain stable and smooth industrial and supply chains, reject discriminatory and exclusive rules, and avoid taking market-distorting measures inconsistent with WTO rules. The G20 should be practitioners of global development reform. We should accelerate implementation of the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and work for a more inclusive and resilient development, beneficial to all. We should deepen global development partnerships, mobilize global development resources, and build greater synergy in actions to support global development. Since President Xi Jinping put forward the Global Development Initiative, or GDI, 3 years ago, more than 100 countries and international organizations have supported it. Over 80 countries have joined the group of friends of the GDI, and China has carried out over 1,100 cooperation programs with various sides. China supports Brazil in establishing the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. We welcome the consensus reached by all sides on reducing inequalities and strengthening drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene services, and we will work with G20 partners to enhance cooperation in this regard. Colleagues and friends, peace and security are the common expectation of people around the world, and turning swords into plowshares is the common goal of UN member states. China advocates following the principles of no expansion of the battlefield, no escalation of fighting, and no provocation by any party in addressing the Ukraine crisis. We should work for de-escalation of the situation as soon as possible and create conditions for peace talks. The Gaza situation is a test of the justice and conscience of human society. The pressing priority is comprehensive, sustainable ceasefire immediately, easing the humanitarian situation, implementing the two-state solution, and accepting Palestine as a full UN member state. China is ready to work with the G20 to carry forward the spirit of partnership, follow the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, advocate an equal and orderly multipolar world and a mutually beneficial and inclusive economic globalization, and work with people of all countries to share the fruits of development and create a better future. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Wang Yi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of China, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Edmondo Cirelli, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy.
I would like to thank the Brazilian presidency for convening this second foreign ministers meeting in a new unprecedented format, open to the whole UN membership. We greatly appreciate this inclusive approach of the Brazilian presidency. The Italian G7 presidency is marked by the same inclusive vision. As Prime Minister Meloni stated during the Apulia summit last June, the G7 is not a closed fortress, but an offer of values open to the world, having as a goal our shared development. We need a collective, renewed commitment towards effective multilateralism. Today, more than ever, we need to foster respect for international law and the UN Charter, particularly in the face of blatant violation of the Charter, such as the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Let me here again strongly condemn Russia's war of aggression, reaffirm our steadfast determination to support the Ukrainian people in their defense of freedom, sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within Ukraine's internationally recognized borders, in line with the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. The international community is also facing a very serious situation in the Middle East, following Hamas' brutal terrorist attack against Israel on 7th October last year. All hostages must be released. We need to address the dramatic humanitarian crisis in Gaza and work for sustainable ceasefire. We need a durable peace for the region based on two-state solution. In parallel, we also have several structural global challenges before us, such as climate change, eradicating poverty, and the impact of a digital transition, particularly the rollout of artificial intelligence. The Summit of the Future, held a few days ago, was a concrete step towards the acutely needed relaunch of multilateralism. The Pact for the Future contains several practical actions to address such pressing global challenges. In the Pact, we have recommitted to advance the implementation of sustainable development goals, to foster peace and security, to enhance digital and technological innovation, to empower youth and future generations. Italy is ready to offer its contribution to achieve this ambitious goal, leaving no one behind. The Pact for Future also outlines a path for reforming global governance and its institutions that is both doable and ambitious. We have actively contributed to debate in the intergovernmental negotiation of UN Security Council reform. We will continue to work constructively to make further progress and achieve a consensual reform. Italy supports a reform of the UN Security Council to make it more democratic, accountable, transparent, representative, and effective. International financial institutions play an essential role in promoting sustainable development goals. Italy supports the ongoing efforts to reform this institution to improve their response to global challenges and build greater long-term resilience. We thank Brazil for giving centrality to this debate during its presidency. The implementation of this reform agenda will need to take into account the peculiarities of each institution, recognizing in the boards the responsibility to consider what measures to take to address these challenges. Trade is critical for sustainable development, including for the poorest countries. Effective and predictable are necessary for the benefits of international trade to be shared by all countries. This goal can be achieved only by strengthening and reforming the World Trade Organization, and in particular by establishing the dispute settlement body. Also, a serious discussion on international market distorting factors is needed. This is required to ensure a level playing field in global markets and to avoid protectionist drifts, dangerous imbalances, and divisions in blocks. Our goal is to reform and strengthen an open, fair, and rule-based multilateral trading system, up to the new challenges of economic security, environmental sustainability, and inclusiveness. In brief, a system where all countries can enjoy the benefits of trade. Italy, also as the current G7 presidency, is strongly committed to all of these topical issues. Our action will remain inspired by an open and inclusive approach. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Italy, and I now give the floor to Mr. Takeshi Akahori, Senior Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan.
Excellencies, distinguished representatives, the international community is grappling with severe global challenges. Russia still continues its aggression against Ukraine, despite the condemnation by most G20 leaders. The situation in Gaza continues to be serious. To address all these global challenges effectively, we must strengthen the rule of law, protect human dignity, and implement immediate reforms in the global governance, taking into account the structural changes in the international community. In these circumstances, the convening of today's G20 Foreign Ministers meeting is very timely. Japan is grateful to Brazil's initiative. Reforming the UN, central to multilateralism, is one of the most pressing issues. With the UN's 80th anniversary approaching next year, now is the time for reform. The international community faces numerous challenges, including Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine, North Korea's nuclear and missile development, rising tensions in the Middle East, and frequent conflicts and terrorism worldwide. The international community wants the UN, especially the Security Council, to be credible, transparent, and to fulfill its responsibilities in an effective manner. We must turn the Summit of the Future's recognition of the urgent need to reform the Security Council into concrete action. It's time to develop a consolidated model and start text-based negotiations. Additionally, the majority of countries, including developing nations, are calling for an expansion of both permanent and non-permanent membership. The G20 must support the momentum for UN and Security Council reform and take action. Regarding MDB evolution and development finance, Japan will contribute to advancing MDB evolution by considering each institution's characteristics and discussions, including those at the Board of Governors meetings. To boost lending capacity for developing countries, it is essential to leverage existing capital and to mobilize private capital. Japan played a leading role in a series of Asian Development Fund, ADF, replenishment negotiations and announced a contribution of approximately 162 billion yen, equivalent to approximately $1.1 billion, making it the largest donor. We also hope for the success of the International Development Association IDA 21 replenishment. At the same time, addressing the debt problems faced by developing countries is an urgent issue. Swift debt restructuring, including efforts like the G20 Common Framework, is essential. Japan welcomes the Memorandum of Understanding on Sri Lanka's debt restructuring, marking the first cooperation between Paris Club and non-Paris Club countries to support a middle-income nation, with Japan leading as one of its co-chairs. All creditor and debtor countries, including G20 members, must acknowledge the importance of transparent and fair development finance that adheres to international rules and standards. Strengthening the multilateral trading system through reform of the WTO remains crucial. It is essential for the G20 to work together and provide political momentum. In particular, we must expedite discussions to achieve a fully functioning dispute settlement system by the end of this year. In addition, the Joint Statement Initiative, JSI, a new rulemaking effort by like-minded countries, including Japan, is vital for ensuring that the WTO remains relevant. To incorporate the JSI into the WTO agreement, it is crucial to obtain the understanding and cooperation of all WTO members. Regarding trade and development, Japan will consider additional preferential measures in line with last year's WTO decision to support the sustainable development of least developed countries after their graduation from the LDC category. Now, I would like to address the topic of artificial intelligence, AI. Under Japan's presidency last year, G7 launched the Hiroshima AI process to enhance international governance of generative AI. This led to the development of the international guiding principles and the code of conduct. Japan will continue to mitigate AI-related risks, including by promoting the implementation of the guiding principles and the code of conduct. In this context, Japan has been aiding the development of human resources and institution building in the digital sector in developing countries to bridge the digital divide. In November this year, we will host a training program on digital policies, including AI, with the participation of 18 countries. To ensure safe, secure, and trustworthy AI, Japan will continue to contribute to discussions at the G20. As the international community confronts multiple crises, it is important for the G20 to demonstrate its commitment. Japan looks forward to participating actively in discussions leading up to the G20 Rio Summit. I thank you.
I thank the Senior Deputy Foreign Minister of Japan, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Annalena Baerbock, Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany.
Thank you, Chair, dear Minister, dear Mauro, Excellencies, colleagues. In 1948, when construction of the UN building started, the architects faced a difficult question. How many seats should be placed in the hall of the General Assembly, in case more states might join the 51 founding members of the organization? So the planners asked the UN's legal department, always when you don't have an answer, you ask the legal experts, for advice and got the answer, I quote, a maximum of 75 chairs, meaning states. Today's number of 193 UN members was clearly beyond imagination. Still, the changed geopolitical realities of the 21st century are not sufficiently reflected in our multilateral institution. This has to change if we want to address the challenges of our planet which we are facing today. Dear colleagues, dear Minister, dear Mauro, thank you to Brazil by bringing this forum of G20 foreign ministers to New York. You are underlining your and our common support and our responsibility as G20 to the United Nations and to multilateralism in general. As G20, representing 79% of the global population and 85% of global GDP, we can and we have to be drivers of profound changes in our multilateral systems. Changes towards making our global governance more effective and more inclusive. In this vein, our call to action on global governance reform underscores the joint objective of the G20 to strengthen the UN system, to improve the international financial architecture, and to reform the multilateral trading system. The Summit of the Future, worrying for some obviously, the Summit of the Future and the call to action acknowledges the need to accelerate the reform of the international financial architecture, to work harder towards the mobilization of the financial means necessary to fight the climate crisis, especially for developing countries and small island states, with multinational development banks ready to assist them, with greater use of debt swaps for climate, with building a global financial safety net against macroeconomic shocks. The G20 are called upon here to deliver on the Pact of the Future and show leadership in its implementation. Despite these efforts, the climate crisis will likely be one of the main drivers of armed conflict in the 21st century, and we need to enable our multilateralism institutions to better address this nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, the number of UN member states has almost quadrupled since 1948. Adding additional chairs and also tables to the General Assembly Hall has turned out to be actually the easiest part of it. What was and is more challenging is a comprehensive reform of the institutional architecture of the United Nations, including the UN Security Council. Making the core decision-making body of the UN system more inclusive and representative of our geopolitical realities is a question of historical justice and respect for entire continents such as Africa and Latin America. But it's also imperative to ensure the effectiveness of our multilateral system. Working on these reforms has been complicated, but the Pact of the Future reflects important elements on which we as the G20 need to build on. As largest donor to UN peacebuilding, including to the Peacebuilding Fund, Germany is firmly committed to further strengthening the Peacebuilding Commission within the UN system. Brazil, as this year's chair, has done excellent work, thank you very much, which we build on to deepen our engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues.
女士们、先生们、各位同事，如果我们看一下我们所在的这个金社理事厅的天花板，我们可以看到，当时瑞典建筑师 Marculius 特意呢是把这个天花板做成开放式，那就是它需要永久的建设和振兴。这种工作方法呢，也是特别适合我们多边体系的需求。那不仅仅
prediction, but making it adaptable for the future with a strong base and enough space for all, and the readiness to renovate it. Thank you very much.
I thank the Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany, and I now give the floor to Mrs. Maria Teresa Mercado Perez, Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs of Mexico.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, distinguished ministers, heads of delegation. I would like to begin by thanking the Brazilian presidency for convening this second meeting of foreign ministers of the G20. Mexico acknowledges Brazil's leadership in the negotiations that allowed this group to adopt an urgent call for the reform of multilateralism and the institutions of global governance. Brazil and Mexico share expectations for development, and we are certain that the fight against poverty and inequality must always be at the heart of our efforts. Nevertheless, we are seeing an uptick in the arms race and a return of war in various regions, which has led to devastating humanitarian consequences. We have been unable to effectively combat climate change and to curb environmental degradation. Friends, as Antonio Gramsci said, the old order will not easily give way to the new order. The rules-based system has been shaken up by mistrust, and this has fragmented international politics and accelerated the establishment of new circles of power in an increasingly divided world. The G20 in this context has the ability to contribute to a reform of the global governance system to make it more inclusive, transparent, efficient, effective, democratic, and responsible. Mexico is one of the greatest advocates of the multilateral system and strengthening that system. For many years, Mexico has played a constructive role in the negotiations of a comprehensive reform of the Security Council. We think that a root and branch reform should be part of the intergovernmental negotiations that have been established by the General Assembly. Transparency and accountability, in particular for the permanent members of the Council, are of paramount importance in this context. We think that the establishment of new permanent seats is contrary to the sovereign equality of states and the essential principles of democracy. Hence, Mexico will continue to support expanding the Council, increasing the number of non-permanent members with the possibility of immediate re-election. We call on all members to support the restrictions on the use of the veto by the permanent members of the Council if there's potential for international crimes. The defense of a world free of nuclear weapons will continue also to be one of the fundamental targets that my country has. We support the strengthening of the General Assembly and optimizing the work of the President of the General Assembly. Mexico has a feminist foreign policy. We think it is critical that we move forward to achieve gender equality and to include this perspective in all of our discussions on the reform of the United Nations. The G20 must continue to focus on promoting a reform of the international financial architecture, and this includes having a constructive discussion in the World Trade Organization that will allow us to update the current system. We need to have more democratic, more representative, inclusive, and agile international financial institutions. It is critical that we align the international financial architecture with social and environmental goals. This is critical for our development. We support a world trading system with the WTO at its heart. We think that global trade and transnational investment are an engine of economic growth, prosperity, and development for all peoples. The G20 should be strengthened as a collective effort to respond to the structural crises affecting us. We must contribute to rebuilding trust in the multilateral system. The G20 and the main international bodies must set themselves the target of rethinking development. We have major challenges to increase growth rates, going beyond external restrictions, eliminating extreme poverty and hunger, and respecting the right of future generations to a clean environment. Mexico has thus proposed an initiative in our region to transform the development of our people through greater integration with industrial, social, and environmental policies, which will make it possible for us to respond to the structural problems of the current economy. The Alliance Against Hunger and discussions on how to increase the taxes on major wealth will be one of the major targets that the G20 will have to work on. We need to act commensurate with the circumstances and the trust that people have put in us. Thank you very much.
I thank the Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Cho Tae-yul, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mauro. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Brazilian presidency for its outstanding leadership in convening this important meeting on global governance at the very heart of the UN headquarters. For many years, the G20 has served as a front-runner of multilateralism, complementing and strengthening the wider multilateral framework established by the United Nations. By bringing together the world's major economies, developed and developing alike, the G20 has addressed pressing global challenges and reinforced the values that underpin the United Nations. Yet today, we find the entire international architecture of multilateralism under immense pressure. Amidst the paralysis caused by geopolitical divisions, the world is lagging behind in the progress needed to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. It is against this backdrop this meeting serves as a rallying point for all who believe in multilateralism. As we seek to overhaul and modernize our global governance system, I offer that the members of the G20 lead the way in restoring multilateralism by tackling three priority areas. First, a key priority is to revitalize the United Nations Security Council and restore UN's capacity to effectively maintain global peace and security. Recent events have exposed the limits of the Council in taking decisive actions in response to grave violations of international law, as we have seen in the war in Ukraine and the situation in Gaza. The Council's inability to renew the mandate of the panel of experts monitoring compliance with UN sanctions against North Korea further underscores this challenge. Taking the Security Council back to normalcy to be the respected guarantor of international peace and security should be the #1 priority. The Republic of Korea reaffirms its support for the structural reform of the UN Security Council. Expanding the number of non-permanent membership under equitable geographical distribution will contribute to a more democratic, effective, transparent, representative, and accountable council. The compromise proposal of longer-term re-electable seats deserves due attention in this regard. As preventing conflicts is increasingly important, we should enable a coherent and integrated approach across its peace-building and development efforts based on the humanitarian development peace nexus. Empowering the Peacebuilding Commission with an advanced role is also important. Second, we must step up efforts to reshape the international system to achieve the SDGs. Multilateral development banks play a crucial role in this endeavor. We must continue working to make the MDBs better, bigger, and more effective. By endowing the MDBs with an adequate mandate and better financial mobilization options, we can significantly enhance financing mechanisms to maximize progress on the SDG front. As the co-chair of the G20 International Financial Architecture Working Group, the Republic of Korea looks forward to finalizing G20 MDB roadmap within this year as a key deliverable under the Brazilian presidency. Additionally, a robust multilateral trading system is central to fostering trade as an engine for sustainable growth. At its core, a fully functional World Trade Organization is indispensable, which can only be achieved by bringing necessary reforms to the body based on shared commitments at the MC13. Moreover, we must strengthen our engagement with the Global South, critical partners in achieving the SDGs. Welcoming the African Union as a new member to the G20 was a significant step forward, and we strongly support enhancing Africa's representation in global governance. The Republic of Korea also aims to open a new chapter in its partnership with Africa, building on the achievements of the first ever Korea-Africa Summit successfully held in Seoul last June, with the participation of 48 African countries, including 34 leaders. Third, we must work together to ensure that the global governance is fit for purpose to tackle new challenges such as artificial intelligence. There is a growing consensus on the need to harness emerging technologies to fully realize their transformative potential and opportunities. At the AI Seoul Summit last May, leaders collectively identified safety, innovation, and inclusivity as three common priorities for global governance of commercial AI. The second summit on responsible AI in the military domain, held in Seoul just a few weeks ago, also laid the groundwork for norms for military AI. Building upon this foundation, we look forward to engaging in more fruitful discussions within and beyond the G20 to ensure AI technology that serves humanity. Excellencies, international cooperation is essential to managing geoeconomic fragmentation, reinvigorating trade, and maximizing the potential of new technologies. When its members can truly reach a consensus to take actions, the G20 will be able to generate powerful impetus for shaping a better and more effective global governance. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and I now will give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sergei Lavrov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished colleagues, we're grateful to the Brazilian presidency for convening this meeting on pressing international affairs that's being held here in New York. Building a multilateral world requires the modernization of the global governance infrastructure and architecture if we are to build a fairer, more democratic world order underpinned by, it goes without saying, those lasting principles enshrined in the UN Charter in full, with due regard for the interaction between those principles. The G20 is a leading economic forum. It can provide sizable impetus to these objective processes which are dictated by life itself. We believe that the G20 should painstakingly uphold its mandate without delving into security and peace issues, which are stricto sensu UN topics. Our platform should unswervingly be governed by the principle of consensus. Last year, at the G20 summit in New Delhi, we all pledged to strengthen the voice of developing countries in taking decisions. These pledges must be now made concrete. Reforming international institutions, which should be seen as a global public good, is something that must be enacted with due regard for the interests of new, growing centers of global development. The reality of the matter is that the balance of economic power has been changed, and it's changed radically. Just a few years ago, the 5 BRICS countries outpaced the G77 in terms of their GDP. According to forecasts, by 2028, the 10-odd BRICS members will account for 37% of global production. As for the G7, it will go down to 27% or less. The African continent and other areas of the global south and the east are also going from strength to strength, and Russia is going to focus on those areas. That's the Asia-Pacific, Latin America, the Caribbean, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. That's what we're going to be focusing on. We're seeing the mounting influence of multilateral fora of a new kind, such as BRICS, where Russia currently holds the presidency, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Eurasian Economic Union, ASEAN, the African Union, and CELAC as well, the Community of Latin American Caribbean Countries. Integration efforts are underway across the board. For instance, the Russian flagship initiative to create a large Eurasian partnership, And here we also managed to get the G20 to pivot, focusing rather on the interests of developing economies. And we've had a number of presidencies: Indonesia, India, emerging markets, now Brazil. And we hope that this trend will continue during the upcoming presidency of South Africa. We actively supported the African Union joining, and we support the League of Arab States' desire to join the forum. We also suggest that we all think about establishing within the G20 a specialized group focusing on cooperation between regional fora. We've achieved substantial progress on the de-dollarization of the global financial system. The use of national currencies in settlements between Russia and SCO countries, as well as the Eurasian Economic Union, well, the share of national currencies now exceeds 90%. With our BRICS partners, we've reached the 65% level, and this figure is still rising. Dollars in use among BRICS countries is less than 9%. We want an independent settlements mechanism within the SCO as well, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Another topic we're working on is a single platform for dealing in digital national currencies under BRICS auspices. However, some global mechanisms remain in the hands of the West, and the West is abusing this power. We're particularly disquieted by the attempts by the US and their allies to impose on international bodies a confrontational agenda, using these fora to impose unilateral restrictions, to freeze sovereign assets, to misappropriate funds, to engage in trade wars and unfair competition, flying the flag of the environment and climate. This is yet another manifestation of neocolonialism. Over the last decade, the collective West has imposed over 21,000 illegal restrictions against the Russian Federation. Their extraterritorial imposition, which is all the more vile, this raider-style approach, has hit the poorest countries hard and the most vulnerable groups of people in those countries. Fertilizers, energy, resources, these countries have been stripped of these as a result. We want developing countries to get commensurate voting shares in the IMF and in the World Bank as well. There's not a single IMF shareholder, including the US. No IMF shareholder, including the US, should be able to block collective decisions. Furthermore, there's the West's monopoly on setting the priorities at Bretton Woods institutions, which means that funds are being channeled towards military adventures instead of funding global development as a whole, as well as Africa, Asia, and Latin American countries. Also, donor countries must shoulder their obligations, channeling funds towards development, 0.7% of GDP per year. This is something that was pledged half a century ago, and they haven't lived up to that pledge. Also, $100 billion have been promised to fund climate action. And as far as I understand, nothing's been done on that front. All the attention, all of the resources of the West and of international institutions have been focused on Ukraine. Furthermore, we must resort and restore the activities of the WTO. These activities have been thwarted by the US. The US is preventing WTO dispute settlement bodies from doing their work, and for many years nothing has happened in these dispute settlement fora. Another important task is to ensure that we look at international secretariats and the overrepresentation of Western citizens in those organizations. Also, NGOs are unduly involved in intergovernmental processes. All of the aforementioned reforms should be undertaken with the UN continuing to play a key role in international affairs. The UN Charter and international law cannot be overruled by any other rules. We must revive truly intergovernmental cooperation, and this has become all the more obvious when it comes to the so-called Pact for the Future. The future of our people cannot be born in a test tube wielded by Western lobbyists and the UN Secretariat. decisions on this future must be taken through negotiations with due regard for the balance of interests. And let me remind you then that when the Pact for the Future was being prepared, there wasn't a single round of negotiations with all delegations taking part. This is unprecedented, especially given the fact that just a few years ago, we'd agreed that the pact would be adopted by consensus. Well, we didn't manage to do that, owing to the experiments I alluded to. And the call to action, the G20 call to action, a Brazilian initiative, in that call to action, it says that the pact is being noted, and that's all the pact deserves, to be noted. And speaking about that call to action, I wanted to refer to this section on revitalizing the General Assembly. It says that we need to strengthen the role of the General Assembly as the chief, deliberative, policy-making, and representative organ of the United Nations. Deliberative, that word. Some don't want to see the UN, the General Assembly, to be a deliberative organ. Those who wrote this Pact for the Future out in the corridors, behind closed doors. And it's a shame when such a respected group, the G20, and the G20's position, which is to make the General Assembly truly a popular forum, a forum for discussion, for decision-making, a universal forum. It's a shame that the Pact for the Future ignored our group. Our reform efforts should be directed to achieving sovereign equality of all states, and this is what my colleague from Mexico just mentioned. That's a key component of the UN Charter. It says that the United Nations are rooted in the sovereign equality of states. And as I said earlier, we must strike a balance between their interests and ensure that what we do is in the interests of all states. We want to ensure genuine multilateralism, which is the foundation for strategic stability, indivisible security, and an open and non-discriminatory economy. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, and now give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, I would like first to commend the efforts of the Federative Republic of Brazil in enhancing international cooperation. Our meeting today testifies to the importance of the Group of 20 and its leadership role in securing a healthy economy, world economy, and enhancing international and multilateral cooperation. When we look at the reality of our world today, the diversity of needs, the multiplicity of crises, the development gaps among nations, we realize the urgent need to adopt successful models of collective work and the importance of seeking the reform and development of international institutions. Wars and political conflicts undermine international peace and security and cast a dark shadow on multilateral work. When institutions fail to perform their basic duties vis-à-vis these crises, this creates a gap in international work and undermines their legitimacy. We witness this in certain cases today with international institutions dealing with the humanitarian catastrophe in Palestine. The continuation of the war, its expansion, increases the suffering of the Palestinian people, threatens international peace and security, undermines the realization of peace, and the G20 needs to intensify its efforts to fill that gap and to stand up to Israeli violations of laws and international norms. It is important to reach a ceasefire and to establish a Palestinian state. There is an urgent need to substantially reform the United Nations, particularly the Security Council. to respond to the aspirations of people. We have called for such reforms, including the increase of the number of members and the allocation of seats for Arab states. The main aim of such reform should be to enhance the credibility and capability to respond by the Security Council in order to achieve a world that is more secure and stable. Distinguished delegates, international economic changes make it incumbent upon us to continue our efforts to reform and develop international financial institutions and the world trade system. The suffering of low-income states due to slowing development and increasing financial needs has created a huge gap of $2.5 to $4 trillion annually. The Kingdom stresses the importance of the efforts made by the G20 in enhancing the effectiveness of international development banks and in laying down a roadmap that would lead to opening the door to further loans in the amount of $357 million over the next 10 years. The reform of such institutions aims at assisting low and medium income states to improve models of work, enhance the responsiveness, and build the financial capabilities and increase access to these states to further assistance from international institutions. It is important also to reform the international trade system, including the WTO, as a vital step towards further transparency, effectiveness, and sustainability in international trade. We call upon all to participate in the negotiations on the reform without prejudice to the implementation of current agreements, and stressing the importance of improving the dispute settlement system and a more effective response to international trade challenges. Close cooperation amongst our countries will increase the legitimacy of the trade system, increase confidence, and lead to a more flexible, comprehensive, and sustainable international financial and trade system. The promotion of our collective work is an urgent need for the world economy and for a better future for all of us. Thank you.
I thank the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Hakan Fidan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey.
Thank you. Dear Minister Vieira, distinguished ministers, at the outset, let me thank Brazil for its initiative to convene the second Foreign Ministers meeting of the G20 here at the heart of multilateralism. Dear colleagues, in this age of constant transformation, as well as deep geopolitical divides and widening development gaps, reform and revitalization of international institutions remain crucial. We have taken the meaningful step of convening the Summit of the Future in the midst of bloody conflicts and blatant violations of international humanitarian law. The Pact for the Future will guide us in our efforts to reform global institutions. Today, by endorsing the call to action on global governance reform, we, the G20 ministers, once again underline our commitment to this endeavor. The unacceptable situation in Gaza should be a wake-up call to the international community, testifying yet again to the urgent need for reform. We will not stay silent and doom Palestinians to starvation and massacre. We are now facing spillover of the conflict to Lebanon, and we do not know if it will go beyond. Thus, we are in a phase of huge risk of wider conflict. If Israeli annihilation of Palestinians in Gaza, as well as in West Bank and East Jerusalem, continues relentless, broader impact on regional stability and international order will be inevitable. This is leading to an erosion of international system day by day. A full-fledged functioning Palestinian state is the only way to ensure peace in the Middle East. We should strengthen our efforts towards a two-state solution. Dear ministers, there is no doubt that this is very place to discuss global governance reform. The UN is the institution where any meaningful attempt at reshaping multilateralism should commence. And the UN cannot attain its full relevance without addressing the issue of Security Council reform. Our call is for a more democratic, accountable, representative, transparent, and effective Security Council. Our call is for a Security Council where the veto of one doesn't determine the fate of many. We need to democratize the decision-making procedures immediately. Distinguished ministers, these critical reforms must not remain limited to the United Nations. We also need to reform the international financial architecture and the multilateral trading system. This will accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. The dispute settlement process at the World Trade Organization is also one of the most important areas in need of reform. We also need better resourced and more effective multilateral development banks to face global challenges. Without proper access to finance, reaching the Sustainable Development Goals will not be possible. We hope that the Summit of the Future and our inclusive gathering today will pave the way towards such constructive reforms. Turkey will continue its contributions to that end. Dear friends, concluding my remarks, I once again extend my appreciation to Minister Vieira and his team for this initiative. This meeting and call to action have revealed that the G20 has much to offer to global governance reform processes by building trust and bridging diverging views. I hope that 2024 will be remembered as a milestone for our joint efforts to that end. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Antony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States of America.
Vieira, Mauro, thank you very, very much. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to gather with fellow G20 foreign ministers ahead of the Rio summit in November. When President Lula and President Biden met here last year, President Lula said this: "Another world is possible, with more fraternity, with more solidarity, with more fairness." That's the spirit in which we gather here today, and that's the spirit the United States is bringing to the G20's agenda under Brazil's presidency. Our country is committed to broad-based, inclusive growth that can expand opportunity and lift up all of our people. That's only possible in an economy that honors and protects its workers, particularly the most discriminated against, the most vulnerable. President Biden and President Lula launched the Partnership for Worker Rights last year to promote labor rights, worker voices, collective bargaining, unleashing a race to the top for workplace, economic, and environmental standards. The United States is also investing in quality, sustainable infrastructure, roads, clean energy, fiber optic cables, through our Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We're coming together with partner countries to enhance food security. The United States is proud to be the world's largest donor, funding $1 out of every $3 of the World Food Programme's global operations, providing more than $17.5 billion in food aid since 2021, in addition to our long-term investments to prevent hunger. We strongly support Brazil's initiative to stand up the G20's Global Alliance Against Hunger. We'll do our part to ensure the alliance delivers on its ambitious and crucial mission. So many of us are also seized by the need to tackle the climate crisis, which threatens not only our individual nations, but our entire planet. The United States is making the biggest investments of any country ever to accelerate the transition to clean energy, keeping us on track to cut our own emissions by half by 2030. At the same time, we're working with partners like Brazil to preserve the Amazon, dedicating billions to help people in developing countries adapt to and manage the impacts of the climate crisis. 3 years ago, President Biden pledged to quadruple climate financing to developing nations. This year, we're on pace to provide $11 billion toward that goal. Effectively addressing any of these challenges, economic inequality, food security, climate change, requires us to reform global institutions to better reflect today's world, not the world of 80 years ago. Developing countries in particular must have a greater voice in the multilateral system. That's why the United States strongly supported the African Union joining the G20, and we're so glad to have them with us today. Earlier this month, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield announced that the United States supports expanding the UN Security Council to include 2 permanent seats for African countries, a non-permanent seat for small island developing states, and to move from talk to action, text-based negotiations through the intergovernmental negotiations process. We've reaffirmed our support for permanent representation for Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as those countries we have long supported for permanent seats, Germany, India, Japan. It's critical as well that we reform the multilateral development banks, an effort that India did so much to advance during its own G20 presidency, to better deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals, to ensure that the benefits of greater prosperity are shared more equitably. Our collective efforts have increased the capacity of our international financial institutions to support low and middle income countries as they respond to climate shocks, public health challenges, crushing debt. As the G20 Global Governance Call to Action and the Pact for the Future underscore, all of these reforms must be rooted in the principles at the heart of the UN Charter and international law. And I would add, we were glad to see the near consensus on the Pact for the Future. It's unfortunate that there was one outlier. We also look and support reform of the WTO. This, too, would be important progress. Finally, let me just briefly address current challenges that many have alluded to, and that actually are the things that make it harder for us to deliver on this affirmative agenda. We continue to strongly condemn Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We continue to stand for the principles at the heart of the United Nations Charter. We all have to do that whenever those principles are being violated, especially by a member of the United Nations Security Council and a member of this group, the G20. And in the Middle East, we're intensely engaged with a number of partners to de-escalate tensions in Lebanon and to work to get a ceasefire agreement that would have so many benefits for all concerned. But mostly, what I want to say today, and what we'll continue to do in Rio, is to affirm the United States commitment to promoting an affirmative agenda. And we look forward to working with all of our partners toward a future of greater dignity and greater opportunity for all of our people. I thank you very much.
I thank the Secretary of State of the United States, and now we will start the list of G20 invited countries at ministerial level and WTO. I have the pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Tete Antonio, Minister of External Relations of Angola.
Sr. Presidente, gostaria, em primeiro lugar...
Mr. President, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Brazil for their leadership in the presidency of G20 and for how they have called this open meeting for all members of the United Nations. I'd like to join the statements made by the Minister of Foreign Relations of Mauritania as the President of the Council of Ministers in the African Union. The international community is literally at a crossroads. Current challenges, global challenges, are a powerful alert of the need to strengthen cooperation among states. There are urgent problems with respect to development and the struggle against fight and poverty and hunger, the climate change, and the responsibility also of leading the world to prosperity for all. And without peace, cooperation will be extremely difficult. We need to mobilize on a large scale the required resources to face the existential challenges ahead of us. It's important to have a system that is multilateral and modern and efficient and guided by standards and principles that are rigorously followed by all nations, with the UN at its center. Therefore, Angola endorses the appeal that is being put forth here today. The structure of the United Nations for its continued success and relevance, we need to adapt to the realities of today's world. The need to improve its structure to face all the international challenges that are interconnected and the reality of the 21st century. Now let's imagine a world without the United Nations. According to the international system, we require certain reforms. First, we need the instruments of global governance must be more inclusive and representative, and it must be based on inclusive cooperation with respect for sovereignties and equality. And the multilateral institutions must be more objective and guided toward cooperation in the spirit of the UN Charter. 4, to promote the international and regional peace and security, social development, economic development, and preserving the balancing nature with international cooperation, focused on people. The Security Council is inefficient because of geopolitical divisions, its composition, and the veto power, and is incapable of maintaining international peace and security. Attempts have failed to reform and to approve resolutions in the Security Council. We need to revisit the system that we have today and take into account the aspirations of continents such as the African continent, so that we may have a representation in the Security Council. Equally, the financial system, the global financial system established after World War II does not show the will to adapt. This change will not occur without the commitment to reform the multilateral system through better cooperation and close cooperation among all the relevant international organizations. In short, we call all of us to take opportunities such as this meeting to rededicate ourselves to the fundamental global values as well as the principles that continue to be so relevant today as they were always. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of External Relations of Angola, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Yusuf Maitana Tugar, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nigeria.
Excellencies, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, distinguished participants. It is a great honor and privilege for me to address this august gathering of the G20 foreign ministers on the sidelines of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Let me begin by commending the key priorities put forward by Brazil in its capacity as president of the G20. In particular, we welcome the laudable initiative of a G20 task force for the establishment of a global alliance against hunger, poverty, and inequality, as well as the call to action on the reform of global governance. These important initiatives reaffirm our shared aspiration to find sustainable solutions to major global challenges. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the world is confronted by multidimensional threats, including extreme poverty and inequality, climate change, terrorism, and global conflict. The impact of these issues is exacerbated by historical imbalances in the international financial architecture, which contribute to unsustainable sovereign debt, trade deficits, and attenuated development in the global south. It is up to us to identify pragmatic solutions to tackle poverty and deprivation without leaving anyone behind. We see today, in too many parts of the world, the terrible cost of failure. With wars we struggle to contain and conflicts we fail to prevent. We watch impotently as human suffering escalates and future generations are lost. This is surely the moment to look again at what we can and must do to make a difference when the opportunity to find different and better ways forward exists. Our only choice is whether to try to find solutions while we're able, or wait till it's too late and ourselves become part of the cycle of despair. There's a better and more sustainable future for our people. We have to look at the root causes of instability and how best to fix them. We must take steps to restore confidence in the global system and strengthen cooperation. By forging partnerships to eradicate poverty and hunger, we can curtail the impact of climate change and ultimately protect our shared world. It is against this backdrop that His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu launched the 8-point agenda aimed at reforming the economy to facilitate inclusive growth, boosting agriculture, and enhance food security, driving sustainable development by unlocking renewable energy, as well as focusing on health, education, and social investment as essential pillars of development. Nevertheless, more needs to be done through regional and international bodies. Excellencies, distinguished participants, Nigeria believes that the multilateral system must be harnessed towards fostering free, fair, and mutually beneficial trade, provision of accessible development finance, and advancement of the Sustainable Development Goals. We also strongly believe in the need to address imbalances in the global tax system. This is why we lend our voice to Brazil's G20 call to action on global governance. Multilateral reform is absolutely necessary. In an age of such rapid technological change in finance, information, and communications, current frameworks have become anachronistic, having been established at a time when little consideration was given to nations of the global south. In addition to reforming multilateral financial institutions, it is critical that we seek to expand global decision-making bodies such as the G20 and the UN with a view to making them more representative and just. Multilateral institutions must be empowered to bridge the gap between the global north and south. This is the path for the future and one the G20 must champion. Nigeria is committed to being part of that future through active participation in the G20 and unflinching support for the achievement of SDG 2030 targets. I thank you all.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nigeria, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Badr Abdelati, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Immigration, and Egyptian Expatriates, Minister of Egypt.
شكرا جزيلا السيد وزير خارجية
Thank you, Minister. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to sincerely thank the government of Brazil for holding this meeting of foreign affairs ministers of the G20 for the first time within the UN with the participation of all member states. I also welcome the prioritization of Brazil as president of the G20. All of these priorities are very important indeed, particularly at this current juncture. Polarization and selectivity vis-à-vis current challenges are worsening international tensions, uncertainty, and predictability. Furthermore, the current international system has not managed to attack the deep-rooted causes of current crises and has not been able to be in step with the challenges we are aware of. Current events in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank are clear proof of this. And so I would like to address you about the Israeli war machine, which continues to claim further victims, leaving destruction in its wake and exacerbating the humanitarian situation in this war of vengeance against the Gaza Strip, its inhabitants, infrastructure, and health system. In this war, there's been use of famine, siege, and terror as weapons, in addition to military equipment, to make the Gaza Strip uninhabitable and make its people forced to flee. There are also flagrant violations of the human rights of the Palestinian people to live side by side with the Israeli people. In addition, the Israeli escalation in Libya shows us the risks of moving from a regional to a world war. We must continue to be on our guard against such developments. Ladies and gentlemen, developing countries are facing grave challenges which jeopardize their ability to achieve sustainable development and economic growth. Simultaneously, developed states have not all shown commitment in terms of climate financing. Other developed countries are adopting unilateral policies seeking to tax carbon beyond their borders, which could jeopardize exports from developing countries and their capacity to access markets. This would have a negative impact on resources available in developing countries, including Egypt. The currently adopted approach at the international level in terms of these challenges reflects current gaps we have in international governance and demonstrates the urgent need to reform international institutions, at the head of which is the United Nations and the Bretton Woods institutions. It's also important to reform the international financial architecture. This can only be achieved with political will. This needs to be collective political will and a global and fair vision. This is where the G20's role comes in as an important platform striving for development and international governance. We aspire to see the G20 playing a positive role in improving working methods of the Bretton Woods institutions and multilateral development banks. It is important, similarly, for us to establish innovative and efficient mechanisms for financing development, such as initiatives for converting debt or swapping debt or optimizing current existing financial mechanisms to ensure that we free up the required funding in developing countries. We also are counting on the role of the G20 when it comes to tackling the rising sovereign debt of developing countries in the context of a new and efficient global mechanism for the sustainable management of the debt of low-income countries and middle-income countries. These are countries where two-thirds of the world's poor people live. We also would highlight the importance of developing international institutions for financing and the international financial architecture so that it is able to support developing nations and allow them to address the ramifications of successive international crises. By way of conclusion, we'd like to express our thanks for the efforts of the Brazilian presidency of the G20. We hope to see today's meeting sending out a clear message which is in line with the responsibility of the G20 nations vis-à-vis building a better future. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Celinda Sousa Lunda, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bolivia.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, my brother, President of the G20. I would like to greet all members of the G20, ministers, both men and women. This is an opportunity to extend our gratitude to Brazil, our brother President Lula da Silva, for inviting us to this second meeting. And we believe it is important for making progress with peace, security, and sustainable development of our peoples of the world. Brothers and sisters, it is vital for us to address and stamp out the deep inequalities caused by the multi-dimensional crisis of capitalism. These inequalities have affected disproportionately the most vulnerable, including women. Women have borne the brunt of the consequences of it. We believe that the G20 countries should face up to their leadership and responsibility role within that context, promoting financial mechanisms which are just and equitable, which can benefit the nations of the global south. First of all, the international financial system requires comprehensive reform. It is the duty of the G20, and most particularly the richest nations, to be at the forefront of these changes, allowing for fairer redistribution of wealth and access to financial resources. Bolivia supports an international financial architecture which is inclusive and which meets the specific needs of developing countries, ensuring that there is not a perpetuation of historic inequalities via extractivist policies. It is also vital to reform the Security Council of the UN. It is unacceptable that this body, charged with keeping international peace and security, continues to exclude meaningful voices from the global south. Latin America, at the time of the creation of the United Nations, represented almost half of the founding nations. Despite that, today we do not have a representative alongside Africa and Asia. In seeking peace and security, we cannot forget the situation in Palestine, where the prolonged suffering continues without a just and lasting solution in sight. Bolivia reaffirms our solidarity with the people of Palestine and calls upon Israel to cease the genocide and upon the international community, which must act more robustly. Furthermore, climate change is having a devastating impact on our Mother Earth. We issue an appeal to developed countries. You must abide by your financing commitments for adaptation in a way which is common but differentiated in terms of responsibilities. It's not acceptable for certain countries to seek to renegotiate the Paris Treaty via other processes. Bolivia, which is a country rich in strategic resources such as lithium, is committed to ensuring that the energy transition does not replicate past injustices. We need global frameworks which guarantee redistribution, fair redistribution of the resources derived from the energy transition. At regional level, Bolivia is committed to Latin American and Caribbean integration. We believe that progress should be made towards fair trade, technological cooperation, and the strengthening of productive capacities. We are convinced that South-South cooperation will be a key tool in the new economic architecture of the world. Before I conclude, allow me to inform you, before this room, that Bolivia has recently been facing domestic tensions as a result of attempts to destabilize us. These seek to shorten the mandate of our president, our government, headed up by Luis Arce Catacora. Guided by democratic and peaceful values, we continue to be committed to resolving conflicts through dialogue and consultations. That is part and parcel of our broader efforts to guarantee peace and social justice in the country. In Bolivia, we have made major headway in terms of including women at every level in policy making, and we are continuing with that task. We call upon the international community to ensure that gender equality is a priority in governance processes and that they are involved in global decision making. This includes decolonization and depatriarchalization. This is part of our transformation process that we must enter into. We also would highlight the importance of including indigenous peoples and their ancestral knowledge, which makes a fundamental contribution to creating global, sustainable, and fair solutions. Their know-how offers many vital contributions to addressing the complex challenges that we face today as humankind. A better future for our planet is possible, for us to live well in harmony with Mother Earth. Thank you very much, President.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bolivia, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Ruben Ramirez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, Mauro Vieira, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, members of the Troika, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting demonstrates our shared commitment to making progress with multilateralism in an ever more complex context. This debate should address meaningful challenges in terms of governance supposed by cooperation between states today. The world in 2024 differs a great deal from the world we knew in 1945. The disappearance of countries, developing countries, has become a challenge. Most of these countries have played a key role in fostering global prosperity. However, the international global governance framework has not reflected this transition, the appearance of these countries. We are pledging to modernize these institutions. We advocate policies which benefit the international community as a whole. This requires policies prioritizing peace, stability, human rights, international cooperation, and sustainable development in all three of these elements. Colleagues, this debate reflects the broad awareness of the need for there to be reforms in international organizations, including the United Nations. Multinationalism is today facing an unprecedented crisis in terms of its efficiency and legitimacy. We must have root and branch reform to improve representation in processes for decision-making. Strengthening and improving these institutions isn't an option, it is a need. We need to adapt as we face the increasing difficulties of today's world, preparing ourselves to better manage crises, improving cooperation, and strengthening multidimensional solidarity. At this critical crossroads where the international system is trying to make itself more flexible and better able to deal with complex issues, the Summit of the Future demonstrates this collective will. In addition, the United Nations is now approaching its 80th anniversary, and this is a historic opportunity for us to reflect and to carry out reforms. Under the presidency of the G20, there's been a call for a ministerial conference bringing together the entire UN membership, highlighting the important role of the UN in this initiative, which has pledged to work towards a revitalized multilateral system. The General Assembly continues to be the cornerstone of the international system, ensuring that the voices of all member states are heard on an equal footing. The Economic and Social Council, or ECOSOC, is crucial for promoting sustainable development, providing an important platform for addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects of global problems. Similarly important is the role of the Peacebuilding Commission, which should be fully able to ensure that reconstruction and reconsolidation of peace in the post-conflict phase is inclusive, sustainable, and relevant to local conditions. As already was highlighted by President Santiago Peña in the general debate within this session, in a world of immense wealth, poverty, and inequality continue to be persistently high, while mass migration, which is linked to conflict and a lack of opportunities, international terrorism, transnational crime, and geopolitical tensions, present challenges. Here, the current governance solutions, which are almost 8 decades old, are clearly out of date. Because of this, distinguished colleagues, we must fully pledge ourselves to a broad and ambitious reform process. We must ensure that these institutions are prepared to tackling the complex challenges of the 21st century, mindful of the fact that we are approaching the first quarter century of this century. We must boost transparency, reform and accountability, thereby driving inclusive participation from all member states. By working together, as well as improving these institutions, we will be able to create a more effective multilateral system, promoting peace across the world and sustainable development. Within this organization, we must concentrate our efforts on boosting the capacity of the United Nations, ensuring that it is as best prepared as it can be to facing down current global challenges. That includes reforming the Security Council to guarantee the achievement of the goals of the international community, while it also shoulders its primary responsibility, namely safeguarding international peace and security. I would underscore the unwavering commitment of Paraguay to fostering international solidarity and sustainable development. We are in favor of a fair and equitable approach to decision-making for decisions which affect us all. This should reflect the vital role of the international community in decision-making, and we are decisive in our desire to offer constructive and innovative decisions. To conclude, we would like to thank the Presidency of Brazil, the Presidency of the G20, for organizing this event. We very much appreciate the generous invitation to participate in this conversation. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay, and now give the floor to His Excellency Espen Barth Eide, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway.
Muito obrigado, Mauro, and thank you to Brazil for your strong leadership of G20 during this year, and it's been a pleasure to be a guest country of Brazil, and also congratulations. I join all my colleagues in congratulating you on this very important and actually historic initiative, where you connect the debates that we can have in the G20 on the future on global governance to the UN and to the formal institutions. I think that's exactly the right thing to do, and I'm really happy to be here at this historic occasion. Colleagues, it's 79 years ago since the UN was set up, and it was set up inspired by the horrors of the Second World War, which followed from the First World War. And a series of rules was established that we all committed each other to follow. In international law, through the UN Charter, in international human rights regulations, and in international humanitarian law. All of this is a body of principles, a body of law that we have committed to follow. If these are violated with impunity, without any consequences, they will continue to grow. And this is a serious problem right now. We need to stand up for these principles, and we need to speak up where they are violated, wherever it happens. Whether it's a traditional foe or a traditional friend that breaks the rules, we need to speak out. We need to be consistent in our defense of international law and international humanitarian law and human rights. If we are not consistent, it will just look like a menu from which we can choose the principles we like, but that is exactly the definition of double standards. So we need to be very consistent on this. And I think that is connected to the discussion we are having, and I very much welcome that so many countries are now coming forward and speaking up for reform of the Security Council. Norway supports both the expansion of permanent and rotating seats, and we also would like to engage with anybody who has good ideas about how to limit the use of the veto. Also, the discussions on IFI reform remains very important. We need to take the ideas that is widely shared in this group, in my opinion, and take them practically to the institutions in question, be it the IBRD or the IMF, And I would also like to add my voice to the people who are raising their concern about the current state of affairs in the World Trade Organization. We have with us here the very able Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who is doing a great job, and I hope she will continue that job. The trouble in the WTO is not workings of the organization itself, but it is a symptom of the fact that the key idea that laid behind its establishment, namely that regulated free trade between countries is a good idea, is going out of fashion in too many countries. That will make us all poorer, and that will make the world less connected, and it's frankly, friends, not a good idea. So if we are serious about these issues of cooperation, we need to deal with the problems where we see them. And the first thing we should do is to find a solution to the long-standing conflict around, or disagreement around, the dispute settlement mechanism. That should ideally happen this year, as we resolved to do in the ministerial meeting earlier this year. Lastly, I want to mention the fact that we actually managed to get a pact for the future. That's a great achievement. It is a good text. Everybody could probably find something they would like to have in addition, or some words that could be different, but there's near universal agreement, and the attempts of a few countries to undermine this at the very last hour failed miserably. And I think that that was just demonstrated that the world is actually united around the principles spelled out in the Pact for the Future. But this is a good text, but it is only meaningful if we implement it. Otherwise, it's just words. So it's really important that the G20 and the bodies of the UN and the international financial institutions and all the other multilateral instruments now is looking seriously at the text and reflecting, what does it mean for us? What does it mean for the institution that we are running and that we are members of? Because at the end of the day, in the midst of a world where we have an enormous amount of violent conflicts, one argument in my heart for trying to reduce them and prevent them and solve them is that we need to free up time and mental space to deal with the problems that we share, of climate crisis, of biodiversity loss, of poverty, of medical challenges that is shared across the globe. And this is exactly why, and I will end on that note, Mauro, this is exactly why it is so important that you created this forum, and I encourage everybody to take the consequences of the words that we are speaking here today. Thank you for the attention.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway, and now I invite His Excellency Mr. Paulo Rangel, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Portugal, to take the floor.
Bom, queria agradecer à presidência brasileira e, em particular, ao ministro.
I'd like to thank the Brazilian presidency and the Minister of Foreign Relations, my friend Mauro Vieira, the courage that you had to put forward reforms of the global infrastructure here in the presidency of the G20, especially in this open meeting. This is a good example of the reform spirit that we want to see in this compact for the future. I'd like to, we also must pay attention to these conflicts that are tearing our world apart and that we at the UN have not been able to resolve. And we need to confront them, condemning the Russian aggression against Ukraine with all of its devastating impacts in the world economy, especially with respect to the emerging markets and food security. Condemn the human rights violations in the Gaza Strip, and to defend the immediate unconditional ceasefire, which is the only way that humanitarian aid can reach those who most need it, and to diminish the conflicts in Lebanon. Portugal is extremely concerned about the food situation there, precisely because there are impasses in the Security Council. We defend this reform of that organ, and we are motivated to see that reform move forward. That's why we defend that India and Brazil can become members of the Security Council, and that two African countries could also become permanent members. We also defend changes in the proceedings in line with what Norway suggests, to limit the use of veto, to make it more functional, more transparent, and more agile. We also need to reform economic institutions. We realize that the Bretton Woods institutions and the World Trade Organization were created for a different world. We need to reform these institutions so that they serve global prosperity and that they can be more efficient for our member states. We need to transform, do swap debts for Cape Verde and other countries for in the interest of climate change. We need to keep in mind the Sustainable Development Goals. Since we're talking of these goals, I want once again to praise this great initiative by Brazil in its G20 presidency and in the Alliance Against Poverty and Hunger, which will also see fruition in the G20 in Rio de Janeiro. I also want to praise the Pact of the Future. And here, our aspiration and the Secretary General of the UN this is part of the objectives of is to relaunch and rebirth for the UN's mission. So it's important that we achieve this within the context of the reform of the Security Council. We hope we can align the principles of respect for human rights, sustainable development, with the objectives of guaranteeing peace and security. And I would finish with, since this is Brazil's presidency, talking about the importance of the Brazilian language and the future need to recognize linguistic diversity and to recognize that the Portuguese language should become an official language of the United Nations. It is the fourth most spoken language on earth. At this moment, more than 260 million citizens speak this language, and the projection and that number will reach 500 million by the end of the 21st century. I believe these are numbers that in and of themselves justify this acknowledgement. With this, I finish recognizing the work of all the good states that, in spite of their differences, want to build a stronger UN and who are involved in this initiative, which the Brazilian presidency and the future presidency of South Africa will hopefully to give a new impetus to multilateral relations. Thank you, everybody.
Exteriores de Portugal por sua intervenção. I now give the floor to His Excellency José Manuel Albares, Minister for Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain.
Muito obrigado, Mauro.
Thank you very much, Mauro. We would like to thank Brazil for convening this second ministerial meeting of the G20. The reform of multilateral governance with the United Nations at its center is key to overcoming problems of credibility in our system in a multipolar world which is facing global scale challenges. The supremacy of international law and the principles and purposes of the Charter must always prevail everywhere and in every context. Therefore, violations of it should be subject to accountability wherever and in any context that they occur in. Territorial integrity, sovereignty, prohibition of the use of force, these are basic principles of international law and pillars of our system of collective security. Because of this, we condemn in the strongest possible terms the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and we demand accountability of leaders of that country. Spain continues to ask for an agreement for an immediate ceasefire, allowing for the mass unfettered entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza, where a genuine humanitarian catastrophe is underway. We also demand the immediate and unconditional release of all Israeli hostages. We have a steadfast commitment to the implementation of a two-state solution with respect of international law, including all UN resolutions and the definitions of the International Court of Justice, which are binding upon all states. We must move forward with the two-state solution, and therefore we call upon Arab, European, Islamic countries for a peace conference to take place with the international community. We must ensure at all costs that the Gaza conflict leads to a regional war. Maintaining international peace and security mean that we must make progress with reform of the Security Council to make it more representative and democratic, with better accountability, with periodic reviews. The intergovernmental reviews of the Council's reforms should take place within the context of the United Nations, with a goal to achieving the broadest possible political agreement. In addition, the international financial architecture requires reform so that the Bretton Woods institutions are in step with current challenges. We have recognized two forms of progress made within the IMF and World Bank over recent years, such as the reform of the IMF in 2023, or the fact that both institutions have made concessions to Sub-Saharan Africa. Spain has supported these initiatives. A fairer international financial architecture needs to be able to mobilize efficiently more resources to mitigate the adverse impacts of global crises, particularly in developing countries. And we must also close the current financing gap for sustainable development. Spain has a clear role in this debate. We are part of the group of leaders of the stimulus plan for the SDGs of the Secretary General, and next year we will host in Seville the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, where we hope that all countries here present will be there at the highest level. We must make progress within this context if we are to achieve the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda. We need to work to ensure that the conference yields results which have a real impact and leads to a paradigm shift. Because of this, we hope to see the participation of all member states, international financial institutions, and the private sector at the highest level. The common goal is to propel the agenda of the United Nations, of international development banks, and other relevant sectors, including the private sector. Together, we must display the necessary political will and muster this will so that we can eradicate hunger, inequality, and tackle the climate crisis, insisting on the defense of human rights, particularly gender equality and respect for the diversity of people and societies. In sum, the goal is a more fair and sustainable future for all, men and women alike, for all living beings and our planet. Because of this, we have joined the call for action for reform of global governance, and we trust that the G20 will continue to make contributions to all of these processes. Spain will spare no effort in this endeavor. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain, and give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Al-Sayegh, Minister of State of the United Arab Emirates.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset I would like to express my thanks to Brazil for its great efforts to highlight the priorities and goals of the G20 this year. I would also like to express our deep appreciation for the participatory approach adopted by Brazil. This approach has led to this wide participation in today's meeting. It also reflects the priorities of this phase and the magnitude of the joint challenges we are facing. It also emphasizes the importance of enhancing international cooperation and concerted efforts in order to face such challenges. We also emphasize UAE's support for the call to action on reform for international governance. This is the call to action you have launched today. Ladies and gentlemen, the G20 and its members and observer states and its permanent mechanism present an advanced model for diplomatic action and multilateralism. Today, we have great hopes for the group and for its partners with regards to combating climate change and its threats, and with regards to finding solutions for challenges related to water, food, and energy. We also have hopes for reform in international action and multilateral international institutions, such as the Security Council, IFIs, development institutions, and the World Trade Organization. And in this context, and through our repeated participation in the work of the G20, the UAE has paid great attention to pushing forward the priorities of the group and representing smaller and less developed economies. We are working with partners from the G20 on the matter of climate. We have also continued to coordinate between the COP presidencies and the presidencies of the G20, and this coordination is proof of the partnership. We also continue to participate in the coordination for COP29 and COP30 among all parties. We praise the innovative approach that Brazil has followed in order to combine pathways of action in the field of climate and the pathways of financing within the framework of the International Coalition to Combat Climate Change. The UAE's historic agreement has set forth a new blueprint to combat the challenges relevant to climate change. It has also called for urgent action to achieve combating climate change and sustainable economic and social development. Therefore, this agreement is important for international cooperation. In collaboration with Brazil and Azerbaijan, we have launched the Troika for the Conference of Parties and the 1.5-degree goal in order to build more momentum to achieve the aspired development in the field of climate action through international cooperation. We praise Brazil's joining of the International Framework for Climate Funding, which was launched in COP28 in order to provide climate funding with concessional terms and in an affordable manner. The aspired success requires concerted efforts on an international level, rather than working in silos. Guaranteeing complementarity between the goals of COP conferences and the G20 is an important goal that will make our work in the G20 a great support for international action to combat challenges, including climate change. We will accordingly work in a more effective manner to achieve sustainable economic and social goals. Excellencies, today we look forward, along with member and observer states and all states of the world, to launching the International Coalition Against Hunger and Poverty and the International Coalition Against Climate Change, in parallel with Brazil hosting the Leaders Summit in November of 2025. And we look forward to continue participating constructively in the G20 and collaborating with our partners in the group in order to launch more initiatives aiming to achieve all that serves the interests of our peoples and the world. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of State of the United Arab Emirates, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Omar Paganini, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay.
Thank you very much, Excellency. We would like to start by recognizing Brazil's role in the presidency of G20, thanking them and President Lula especially for putting on the agenda central issues for the international community in a practical and action-oriented manner. As we all know, it is a challenging time for the world. Global crises are more and more a challenging reality. Climate crisis, immigration, poverty, and armed conflicts are on the news every day. And our international institutions have been, up to now, incapable of preventing, mitigating, or solving these enormous problems. We are deeply concerned about the conflicts emerging in the Middle East, where we remain convinced of the two-state solutions for Israelis and Palestinians. We call for an immediate ceasefire and the freedom of all hostages. A way to find long-lasting peace and safety for all in the Middle East means that terrorist attacks like October 7th should be eradicated, and the Palestinian people should be able to build strong, sovereign institutions where the rule of law can be secured. We are also deeply concerned about the situation in Venezuela, where a way to democracy seemed at hand after the Barbados Agreement, but the events after July 28 has showed the worst phase of the regime, which is quickly isolating and perpetrating all kinds of human rights violations. For Latin Americans, this is a very grave situation. Territorial integrity and the eradication of unilateral military aggressions are principles we cherish. That is why we can continue condemning Russia's aggression to Ukraine. On the trade side, we are seeing a multipolar world emerging, where geopolitical blocs prevail over a more open and transparent trading system that had been evolving quickly after the GATT-Uruguay round and the creation of WTO. Maybe it is not always clear, but trade is a way of growth and development for all nations, and even climate issues can be mitigated by sustainable trade. All these problems should be addressed by strong international multilateral institutions capable of bringing consistent plans to achieve peace, mitigate climate change, and develop fair and open trade. Uruguay is committed to the strengthening of multilateralism and supports changes of global governance institutions in order to have updated, legitimate, and participatory mechanisms to address global challenges such as the ones mentioned before. Thus, we share the pillars of the Brazilian presidency of the G20 and support its call to action. We value the discussion on the reform of the United Nations and the WTO. In this sense, we reaffirm our commitment and our willingness to agree on a set of rules that could make the global governance system more effective, representative, and transparent. This meeting is a good chance for highlighting the work that our delegations have been doing with a view to the approval of resolutions of the General Assembly and the Future Pact. These address the urgency of defining the conditions for financing the Sustainable Development Goals. One of the fundamental points is the role of multilateral development banks as sources of financing, technical advice, and platforms for international cooperation, aligned with the achievements of SDGs. Uruguay has insisted on the need for development banks to offer financing mechanisms that include positive incentives for countries to comply with standards linked to social, environmental, and governance indicators. We have already agreed on one such loan with the World Bank, which links financing conditions with the achievement of ambitious environmental targets. As a result of how this loan was designed, Uruguay could see a reduction of the interests it will pay if it achieves a verifiable decrease in the intensity of greenhouse gas emissions. We believe this is a good example for how multilateral financing institutions can help countries to implement their sustainable development strategies. In relation to trade, we keep a firm commitment with the WTO. Its defense has been and will continue to be a priority for Uruguay, since it represents the legal basis of a multilateral trading system. In this sense, Uruguay advocates for the organization to recover the full functionality of its three fundamental axes: the negotiating function, the administration and monitoring of the agreements, including transparency, and very especially the dispute settlement system. On a final note, we celebrate that under the Brazilian presidency, the G20 has opened itself to the participation of invited countries, such as us. We believe that this is an essential way to find more comprehensive solutions to the many global challenges that we face. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore.
Thank you. I thank my dear friend Mauro Vieira, the Chairperson and the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Federative Republic of Brazil, for this opportunity to address you. I deliver this statement on behalf of the Global Governance Group, or 3G. This is an informal group of 30 small and medium states established to facilitate greater engagement and coordination between the G20 and the wider UN membership. Our aim is to have a more inclusive and effective global governance, and the list of 3G members will be indicated in our written statement to be submitted. The 3G commends the Brazilian G20 presidency's decision to open the second G20 foreign ministers meeting to all UN members for the first time. This is a clear signal of Brazil's consistent support for a more open and inclusive multilateralism, which we strongly affirm. The geopolitical and economic landscape has become increasingly fragmented. The international law and rules-based international order are threatened by intensifying geopolitical tensions and economic protectionism. The conflicts in the various regions of the world continue unabated, and they have deepened domestic divides and they have damaged international cooperation. The 3G agrees with Brazil that the global governance institutions are in urgent need of reform. First, they must reflect the realities of today, including the size and diversity of the membership. For example, the UN was founded with 51 members in 1945 and has now grown to a membership of 193 states. UN organs should similarly reflect the diversity of members across all three of its pillars. The same goes for the Bretton Woods institutions. Second point, that to better address global challenges, these institutions must remain open, inclusive, rules-based, and consider the concerns of all states, regardless of size and developmental status. Third, to remain fit for purpose, they must be nimble to address the topics of increasing concern, such as the advent of artificial intelligence. The 3G is heartened that action has been taken to start these reforms. At the UN, the Secretary-General Guterres has launched the Summit of the Future, and there's also impetus to reform the international financial architecture to enable greater mobilization of the resources required for developing countries to achieve the sustainable development goals. In order to make meaningful changes, consensus based on the lowest common denominator will not suffice. Hence, the 3G urges all stakeholders to set aside our differences and to exercise flexibility so that negotiations can proceed meaningfully. The 3G stands ready to make concrete contributions to strengthen global governance. We have submitted annual non-papers to the G20 on issues of concern to the international community, and we will continue to do so. We must ensure inclusiveness, coherence, and complementarity when pursuing global governance reforms, setting international standards, and mobilizing collective action to respond to shared challenges. We thank Brazil again for your leadership in convening us here today. We look forward to continuing the good partnership with the G20 under South Africa's presidency in 2025 and encourage South Africa to continue the G20's engagement of non-G20 members, including the 3G. May I just add one more point in my national capacity? Singapore strongly supports Brazil's call to action on global governance reform. We believe it complements the UN's efforts to strengthen global governance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore, and now I give the floor to Mrs. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization.
Well, thank you, Chair, and a big thanks to the Brazilian presidency for inviting the WTO to speak. In today's interdependent world, the global governance system has never been more important, and yet it has never been under greater strain. I want to say thanks to ministers and leaders for their attention to the system and to the WTO here. It's very encouraging. Almost every speaker mentioned the WTO, and a special thanks to the Norwegian and Uruguayan ministers for their kind words. I want to leave you with three key messages. The first is I want to remind everyone of what the multilateral trading system has delivered for the world economy. Second, I want to suggest where the system needs reforming so it can keep delivering. Third, I want to argue that we don't just need to change the system, we also need to change the narrative about why the system is so important if we want to mobilize public support behind improving it. The multilateral trading system, like its Bretton Woods sisters, was a response to the policy failures that led to the Second World War. Having seen how a closed and divided world economy fueled economic depression, conflict, and chaos, countries resolved to build an open and integrated world economy instead. Trade would deliver shared growth and development. Interdependence would give countries a stake in each other's success. International institutions and rules would promote stability, collaboration, and fairness. Instead of zero-sum economic nationalism, the goal was positive-sum economic cooperation. That vision has succeeded remarkably, as we highlight in our most recent World Trade Report on Trade and Inclusion. Between 1950 and 2022, world trade volumes expanded an extraordinary 45-fold, helping global GDP to grow 14 times over. Never before have the living standards of so many people improved so rapidly. But it is also true that many were left behind. There were developing countries that did not benefit adequately, and there were poor regions of rich countries left on the margins of the global system. In addition, global challenges such as climate change and the quest for a low-carbon transition have led nations to adopt policies that others say they find protectionist, whilst geopolitical tensions have given rise to unilateral trade measures, some with negative spillovers on others. All this means that WTO rules need to be reformed to meet these challenges. At the same time, there are exciting new opportunities for services, green and digital trade that require new or updated rules. In short, WTO needs to keep pace with the fast-changing globalized world it helped to create. If it doesn't, if global trade cooperation breaks down and fragmentation takes hold, the enormous economic progress and convergence we've seen over the last 3/4 of a century could slow or go into reverse. But there is some good news. First, let me remind you that trade has largely been resilient. 75% of world goods trade still takes place under WTO rules, 75%. Second is that WTO is one of the few international economic organizations where every member, big or small, developing or developed, has an equal voice and an equal veto. This can be slow and frustrating at times and can lead to not taking decisions quickly. But it is also something to reflect on, to be proud of, that no matter the size of your economy or population, you have an equal voice at the WTO. A third piece of good news is that reform is already happening. We are on the verge of coming to delivering SDG 14.6 on curbing harmful fisheries subsidies that lead to unsustainability of our oceans. We are working on the dispute settlement system, on reforming it that every minister has spoken about, and we need your strong support, as you exhibited here, to bring this to a closure. We are also working on rules that support least developed countries. We're working on new rules for investment facilitation for development and on e-commerce. On agriculture, we still have work to do, and we thank Brazil and its Ambassador Guilherme Patriota in Geneva, and the ambassador of Turkey, who are leading the charge to help bring a breakthrough on agriculture. Now, to reform the system, we need public support. And to secure public support, we need to show why the system is so beneficial and why weakening it would be costly and dangerous. We need to do a better job of showing how the trading system is delivering growth, employment, and rising living standards, how it's helping to address climate change, future pandemics, and global poverty, and why rising protectionism and trade fragmentation would only leave us poorer, less equal, less secure. And who better than ministers assembled here to carry that message? So I'm not shy to say that I'm giving you homework. As you get back to your various countries and destinations, please help us change this narrative. What's at stake in reforming the system is not just the specific issues we need to address, but the kind of world we want. A rules-based or a power-based world. An open and integrated world or an increasingly closed and divided one where trust erodes, insecurity builds, conflicts escalate, and growth and development slows? The multilateral trading system was a central answer to the post-war quest for prosperity, development, and above all, peace. It's even more central today. Thank you.
I thank the Director General of WTO. Now we will start the list of speakers of UN member and observer states. And I have the pleasure and the honor to start this list by His Excellency Mr. Said Badr bin Hamad Al Busaid, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Sultanate of Oman.
Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to extend Oman's heartfelt congratulations to the Federal Republic of Brazil for assuming the presidency of this G20, and to express our appreciation for Brazil's initiative to open this important meeting to all UN members. We commend Brazil's emphasis on inclusivity, fair representation, and its focus on addressing the present challenges that face the global South. Challenges such as hunger, climate disasters, and development financing. These are not issues any one nation can tackle alone. They demand collective action driven by cooperation and by solidarity. Oman fully supports the ongoing efforts of Brazil, the G20, and of course the United Nations to reform global institutions. These institutions must evolve to better address the realities of our interconnected world, one where cooperation and connectivity between states, economies, and societies are essential for progress. As it stands, many of these institutions are no longer fit to effectively resolve conflict, prevent climate change, or overcome the global challenges we all share. We witness these shortcomings vividly in Palestine. The killing of civilians in the thousands is a tragedy that speaks to a greater failure. Despite a consensus at the UN General Assembly in favor of justice and international law, the very institutions designed to protect peace, especially the Security Council, have been ineffective in halting bloodshed and violence. It is clear that even that unbalanced nature of our decision-making bodies is a significant obstacle. The structure of some of these institutions is still based on the outdated notion that the voices of some states are more important than others. Such imbalances undermine trust, erode multilateralism, and prevent meaningful solutions from being implemented. The Sultanate of Oman welcomes the initiative to strengthen the role of the General Assembly and ensure that global governance becomes more representative, more effective, transparent, and accountable. We believe in the power of unity, where no state is left behind and where the voices of all nations are heard and respected equally. Excellencies, if we are to build a more just and peaceful world, we must recognize the importance of collaboration, not just within institutions, but between nations and peoples. Connectivity in its many forms, economic, technological, and diplomatic, is the bridge that will allow us to confront shared challenges more effectively. Whether it is enhancing trade ties, fostering technological innovation, or deepening diplomatic dialogue, we must weave a strong network of cooperation that spans regions and continents. Oman values the leadership of Brazil and other forward-thinking nations, which use their influence not to perpetuate division, but to foster unity and bring about the change that our world so desperately needs. By working together, we can enhance global connectivity, fostering cooperation that goes beyond borders and ensuring a future where development and prosperity are shared more equitably. I look forward to working alongside each of you during this summit as we build a fairer, more connected world and advance the pact for the future. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Sultanate of Oman. And now we will make a very short break of 15 minutes. And when we start the session again, the order of speakers will be Estonia, Hungary, Pakistan, Poland, Philippines, and Tunisia. Thank you, and we resume in 15 minutes.
The World Health Organization supports Gaza's health system.
مبسوطة كتير الحمد لله لأنه منظمة الصحة العالمية راح تاخدني. أنا لما انقصفت رجلي انبترت، كل قفص الصدر انكسر، وبتمنى إنهم يعالجوا كل المرضى وإنهم يستكملوا رحلة علاجي للخارج ويركبوا لي طرف على وإن شاء الله يقدروا يعملوا لصدري حاجة وأنشف بإذن الله.
Today, the World Health Organization is delivering fuel, supplies, medication, and is arranging for the medical referral of one patient from the north to the south in Kamal Adwan Hospital in Gaza City. The World Health Organization is supporting this hospital to resume services after the attack that it has sustained back in the 22nd of May.
It's okay for me, you just need to take care of the chest tube.
الحمد لله عدنا من خلال الأيام هاي السابقة ورممنا مستشفى كمال عدوان، واليوم الإخوة في منظمة الصحة العالمية مشكورين جدا على إمدادنا بكميات المهمة لتشغيل أقسام حساسة، قسم غسيل الكلى وجراحة الأطفال وقسم العناية المركزة وقسم المواليد والاستقبال والطوارئ وقسم الاستقبال العام. شكرا لكم على ما قدمتموه، ونتمنى المزيد والانتظام بإمدادنا بالوقود اللازم حتى نستطيع أن نقدم خدمة طبية وإنسانية آمنة لشمال قطاع غزة.
The World Health Organization is here to support the health system in the entire Gaza Strip.
Motivisalo me za tu aktivnost jer su mi ubili sina, muža i preko 50 dalje familije. A ovdje je biografija mog muža sa njegovom biografijom.
As they tried to board one of the buses, a Serb soldier approached Sad, put a gun to his head and took him away.
A ovdje je slika dokaza da je ubijen metkom. Ovaj sat je bio kod njega ovdje. Ovo su neke humanitarne zvali i mrtvare. Platnena, obuća, neka slaba. I u grobnicama je struhla, ovo je ekshumirano, ovo sve. Da se genocid ne zaboravi, a da bude opomena budućim generacijama da se nikad ne dogodi genocid, bilo gdje u svijetu. Da svi radimo na prevenciji genocida, da bi imali lijep i ugodan život. Ali se borim da sutra bude moja Bosna i Hercegovina i svi ljudi koji je vole, i pravoslavni, i katolički, i jevrejski, i romski, i bošnjačko-muslimanski. I nek djeca uči da znaju šta je dobro, šta je zlo. Kako zlo donose ovako prljavi ratovi? Ne treba nam rat. Glasajmo za život, ne za patnju života.
ماشه دا خو بیخي نسو قرار ده د ژمي غنم چې د ژمي فصل چې وکړو هغه نیمایي رسوي سي نیمایي نسو د منظور کړه جواز راتوالی هم ځوانان په کار رااله ډېر موږ راځي ډېر خوشاله چې هم ځوانان په کار اخته سول او هم ځکه هم د سیلاب د ولس محفوظ شي هم کانال د سیلاب د ولس محفوظ
jaya koro ndo mana kam na da muru bare umuju o woni kidinga guda da mun bare ko dum nono may xolo da mun niya ale mana bo ya dem abana bo kare kana di woni olo mana dio kicaka-cakati ya wana abana dala
El impacto de la deforestación ha sido negativo, definitivamente. Es por eso que las comunidades indígenas han tenido un grito de alerta.
La importancia es para proteger el bosque, que nos ayuda y nos beneficia no solo a mí como persona o como aguajún, sino nos beneficia en general, ¿no? A todos.
According to the government, we now have 5 million people in Haiti that are acutely food insecure, of which 1.6 million are classified as facing emergency food insecurity conditions. These are the highest numbers on record. These are the highest numbers we've had since the 2010 earthquake. There's been large-scale displacement. The last time we had a number from the International Office of Migration, over 360,000 Haitians had to leave their homes. Over 100,000 of them left Port-au-Prince in the month of March alone. So there's been an exodus out of the capital city. And this is making the food crisis here even worse. We know that food prices in Port-au-Prince have increased by 27% since January. The country's been blocked. The main port for containers, the airport, were not functional for months. They've slowly resumed functioning. Humanitarians have been trying to do their best to respond to the crisis. The Hot Meals program that WFP is running is one of the examples of that. We were able to bring rations to 93,000 people just in the month of May. We were recently able to bring in a cargo flight carrying medical items to Toussaint Louverture Airport in Port-au-Prince, this airport which was closed for such a long period of time, bringing vital medical supplies to partners like UNICEF and WHO, who brought these essential items to the hospitals and clinics of Port-au-Prince. We're at the start of June. We know that this is the beginning of what's forecast to be a very active hurricane season. This is when humanitarians need to be ready to act, need to be ready to support Haiti at a time of increased risk. We need to support this country's farmers. We need to make sure that we link the emergency response to, I would say, solutions that last, solutions that build resilience and build sustainability into the Haiti food system.
Ukraine did not see previously these amounts of destruction, these amounts of debris, and therefore it is currently needed to build from the scratch the system of the recycling of debris. The amounts of debris that were removed from Bucha are vast. It's around 75,000 cubic meters. We start from the damage assessment. We don't start moving anywhere without the NTS, meaning the non-technical survey, because of the unexploded ordnance that is often met during this kind of activities. Our aim is to clear all 75,000 cubic meters of debris until the end of the year, so we can return the land to its original use, either for the agriculture or for the industry. And the debris side will allow to implement the full cycle of debris management, meaning the sorting, the crushing, and the reuse for either for the pavements or for the local roads. We provided the equipment, we provided the trainings for the local municipal enterprise. I think we did achieve a pilot, one-of-a-kind result, one-of-a-kind site that would suffice for local needs and would be a good example for other regions in Ukraine.
AI for Good Global Summit is a leading, action-oriented UN platform gathering experts from all over the world to accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Here, stakeholders from the public and the private sector demonstrate their innovative solutions aligned with sustainability objectives.
Like this AI-powered exoskeleton developed by French startup Wondercraft.
So we started the company 12 years ago to build an exoskeleton to help people with paralysis to walk again. My grandmother had the disease and she had 10 children, and 7 of the 10 children had the disease, including my father. We gave it to my brother and my sister. So 2/3 of my families are using wheelchair. So I wanted to build them a new tool for mobility. And we've seen a lot of advances in robotics and AI. And I told myself that the best use of this technology is to help people walk again.
For Paralympic tennis player Charlotte, the technology is a game changer.
I've been in a wheelchair for just over 16 years and I don't regularly stand up. The health benefits it gives me, so blood flow, bone density, just being able to stand up and feel kind of better in my body. There is hope for us to be somehow walking again. Maybe it's not with an implant in the brain or on the spinal cord. And yes, it is with AI, it is with technology, so assisted walking.
The powerful combination of AI and robotics can significantly enhance the quality of life for people with a disability.
Me and my co-founder, we both started Bionics in 2016, and we just received a random email when we were in the university and doing robotics, boy who was born without an arm, and we thought, since we are robotics engineers, let's give it a try. And when we first met that boy and we asked him that what kind of prosthetic arm do you want, and he said, I need an Iron Man hand. And when he first moved his arm, that was like his emotions and everything was amazing, because now that he was feeling like a superhero rather than feeling like that he has lost something or he's missing something.
I was so happy to feel that sensation again, just being stand up. I had quite a few kind of pins and needles, meaning that it was activating something in my body in a really positive way. And yeah, it just felt great.
When I think of the values of journalism, I think of trust, truth, and integrity. I think of the countless fearless individuals daring to question, daring to challenge power, risking their lives to document atrocities, corruption, and crime, and to stand up against oppression. 2023 marked one more devastating year for journalism. 71 journalists and media workers were killed. It was a year characterized again by impunity. Only 13% of the murder cases have been investigated, and 320 journalists and media workers were imprisoned, the highest number ever. When we lose a journalist, we lose our eyes and ears to the outside world. We lose a voice for the voiceless. We lose, in fact, a human rights defender. World Press Freedom Day was established to celebrate the value of truth and to protect the people who work courageously to uncover it. We are marking it this year in an era of acute global turmoil and the profound fragmentation and polarization of humanity. Conflict is boiling over in many places, from Myanmar to Sudan, Ukraine, Gaza, and several other parts of the world, causing intolerable human suffering. Disinformation is infecting our media and digital landscapes, fueling hate and division. And as climate change batters our fragile planet, the lives and livelihoods of future generations are under the gravest threat this world has ever known. This year, World Press Freedom Day centers on journalism in the face of the environmental crisis. I honor the journalists around the world who are working to hold polluters accountable for the damage and the devastation. They are driving open debate and critical thinking, and by separating facts from lies and propaganda, they are pushing for evidence-based policy decisions on the climate crisis that the world so urgently needs. Their work is fundamental to trigger change, yet it can also be dangerous, particularly if they are perceived to hamper the economic interests of the powerful actors engaged in harmful or illegal environmental activities. Environmental journalists need stronger commitments from their governments and their employers to protect them. Better and safer working conditions, an expanded media space for coverage on environmental issues, and the right to work free from attacks, hate campaigns, and physical and legal harassment. The dramatic consequences of inertia and inaction on the climate crisis are unfolding as we speak. This doesn't have to be the case. We need independent, ethical, and quality journalism, perhaps now more than ever. On the climate crisis, on all crises, journalists serve as the ultimate allies in human rights, because in their pursuit of facts, evidence, and accountability, we have one of our best hopes to build societies based on truth and trust.
Evidence is showing that the risk of famine is here. There are at least 18 million people in acute food insecurity, and within that we have a population of nearly 5 million who are in IPC4. This is on a verge of famine. It's vital that we act quickly. If we look particularly at the situation over this last year, conflict is clearly the main driver when it comes to the current hunger crisis and food insecurity. 2023 numbers showed a 46% reduction nationally in terms of the production of key crops, so wheat and sorghum, millet, also rice and maize. That deficit, that gap that exists is not going to be possible to be made up with just in-kind food assistance. It's indispensable that we support vulnerable farmers, farming communities to either restart their production themselves or further bolster what's underway. A key component is around crops for the two main seasons, so cereals for this upcoming season and then key vegetables for the second season, but also attention to livestock. So many of those who are in acute food insecurity that also rely on livestock, and so being able to support those animals with emergency fodder, with key vaccinations, all of which help to ensure that households that are food insecure continue, for example, to have access to milk production from their goats. Funding issue is a real challenge. I know we often talk about it, but we have less funding this year than we did last year, and the food insecurity situation is worse this year than last year. We need a multi-sectoral response to have effective famine prevention in place.
I'm Elaine Reyes at the United Nations headquarters in New York, and this is a special edition of UN Insider.
Coming up, we can't create a future fit for our grandchildren with systems built for our grandparents.
Preparing for an event that could help transform the United Nations and how it approaches the biggest issues of our time.
The Summit of the Future is mainly about that, is how we can better deliver and how we can be more effective.
Giving young people a voice in key global issues, how the UN is trying to meet the needs of the next generation. And navigating a complex digital world without leaving anyone behind. A special look at what's at stake during the UN Summit of the Future. Next.
World leaders are beginning to gather here in New York ahead of the high-level events of the 79th UN General Assembly. This session will address pressing global issues, and it is expected to help reshape the United Nations itself.
21st century challenges require problem-solving mechanisms that are more effective, networked, and inclusive. That serious power imbalances in global institutions must be adjusted and updated, and that our institutions must draw on the expertise and representation of all of humanity. Change will not happen overnight, but it can start today.
What will the future look like for the UN, and how can the organization best address the biggest issues in a rapidly changing world? That's the focus of the Summit of the Future. It gets underway this weekend.
What might the future look like? Is it a world where advanced technology helps humans to live in harmony with nature, and where global cooperation ensures the security of all? Or is it one defined by climate disasters, disease and warfare, which change the very face of this planet? Well, the short answer, it depends. We are in the grips of an environmental crisis. Temperatures are climbing, ice sheets are shrinking, oceans are getting warmer, and sea levels are rising. Political conflicts have torn societies apart, all while the global economy is still convulsed by aftershocks from the COVID-19 pandemic. Plus, the ascent of artificial intelligence is inspiring as much fascination as it does fear of its unbridled potential and potential perils. To help confront these challenges, the United Nations is holding the Summit of the Future. Held over 2 days in September right here in New York, this once-in-a-generation gathering unites leaders from across the world to help redefine our path forwards. The 5 major areas to be addressed encompass sustainable development, international peace and security, science and technology, the youth, and transforming global governance.
Together, we have the power to change things.
Building up to the summit, the United Nations has reaffirmed its Act Now campaign, urging people to take actions for a healthier planet, a better economy, and a just society. There's also an app called A World, dedicated to promoting the Sustainable Development Goals. The summit aims to produce a so-called Pact for the Future, what the UN sees as a new international consensus for building a better tomorrow. Gerald Tan, CGTN, at the United Nations headquarters in New York.
Let's take a look at what happens behind the scenes inside UN HQ to prepare for UNGA 79.
Yes, which delegation? What is it about?
For us here at the Protocol Service, it's about being prepared.
You can tell me that she's God, but we need credentials. Yes.
We are your go-to resource if you have any protocol or event management question. Every year in September, our office is taking care of the preparations of the high-level week, where heads of state, government, and also ministers from all over the world come here to the UN to deliver their address to the people of the world. We work with the delegations and with the organizers of the substantive offices to make the events run as smoothly as possible.
First of all, welcome. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to do this walkthrough so that you can see all the potential places where your head of delegation may be visiting, both for Summit in the Future and the General Assembly. So right now we're here in the delegates' entrance, which we're all very familiar with. We'll have a line of protocol officers here. They will greet the head of delegation. They will escort them up the escalators.
We've had walkthroughs for delegations to understand better where the heads of state and government are going and what restrictions we have.
Only the president will go through those doors escorted by protocol and security. Everybody else from the delegation will go in there if they have the gold card, the gold access card. If you only have the blue access card, you have to wait here in this area until the head of state returns or until the meeting ends.
We try to do as many things as we can already this week before then we go live next week. We have only 11 protocol staff here in the core team, but now today we have received 19 protocol officers from all over the world.
Welcome and welcome back. Patrick, We have about 400.
We are registering delegates.
We get it done today by the end of.
My colleagues, as of Friday, had already registered 8,000 delegates.
These are the list that needs to be cross-checked.
I think what unites all of us is that we love our job. We love working for the United Nations. We love working with delegations. You work on something like this high-level week, and then you see the event actually taking place, and there were no major hiccups. That in itself is something that's very gratifying.
So anyway, you move at the United Nations, during the high-level week, you need all these tickets, because without this, they can't go to the GA hall. They can come to the UN.
You have to be meticulous with details, but at the other hand, you have to be super flexible and kind of, a person that gets the job done.
This one is missing one goal. Can you count 196 only?
The week itself is going to be long hours for everybody, a lot of being on your feet, a lot of standing, and you will see us at the end of the week. We will not quite look as fresh as we do at the moment, but I think we're all excited, and we're all looking forward to high-level week.
From the Security Council to the briefing room and beyond, Shudaja is monitoring the latest developments inside the UN. Deja.
Yes, Elaine. As predicted, this week, UN General Assembly resumed its 10th emergency special session and took action on the first ever Palestine-introduced draft resolution to urge Israel and its presence in occupied Palestine territory within 12 months. The resolution was adopted overwhelmingly with 124 votes in favor, 14 against, and 43 abstention. No surprise, US and Israel voted against the resolution.
Draft resolution A/10/L31/revision 1 is adopted.
Before the vote, Israel permanent representative to the UN, Danny Danoon, called General Assembly a circus.
I was certain that the first resolution that would be brought before you all would be the unanimous, unequivocal condemnation of terror, the rape, the torture, the kidnappings that took place on that darkest of days. Yet, there has been no condemnation, no resolutions. Instead, we gather here to watch the Palestinians' UN circus.
And then comes the Libyan ambassador, Tahir al-Sunni.
Just a while ago, we heard the representative of the occupying Israeli forces bashing you all, as he does with his predecessors, perform a show and teaching us and lecturing us about humanity and morality, totally disconnected from reality. Even today, he couldn't bring any justification, nor speak about the topic we're discussing, the illegal settlements. He could not address the resolution and trying to show that the world started only on October the 7th, neglecting the fact of history. Well, if he considers this assembly a circus, guess what? I consider him a clown performing in this place.
We all know that General Assembly resolution is non-binding, which means those calls reflect international will, but don't necessarily mean that Israel will really abide by them. However, I need to point out that this is a binding resolution for the UN, so the UN General Assembly has to convene an international conference to advance implementation of the UN resolutions pertaining to question of Palestine. And then let's get back to Gaza. Last Wednesday, an UNRWA school in Gaza has been attacked. 6 UNRWA members were killed during the attack. But according to Israeli Ambassador Danny Danoon, 3 of the UNRWA members were Hamas. I had a cross-questioning on him and the spokesperson of the United Nations.
Sometimes it's very easy to blame Israel, like many high officials in this building did last Wednesday about the attack that I just showed the names of those terrorists. But once we provide the details, no one is retracting, no one is apologizing, and that's what we expect, to have a dialogue, and we will provide answers for every question. I think we have to ask UNRWA why they haven't got back to us regarding those guys that they are paying them every month.
On the UNRWA school, today the Israeli ambassador showed us photos of 7 what they call Hamas terrorists. 3 of them, clearly they put a label on it, said UNRWA hired. Do you have any update about the communication between UNRWA and Israeli authorities on this issue?
Look, what I know is what UNRWA has told me is that they have not received a request, an official request from the Israelis to provide them with the list of staff killed in the attack, and also to say that the names listed had not been flagged by Israel to UNRWA prior. And as a reminder, that all of the names of UNRWA staff are shared with Israeli authorities, as they are shared with Lebanese authorities for those who work in Lebanon and Jordanian as well. UNRWA has always been open and willing to enter into dialogue with the Israeli authorities on these issues.
But it's worth noting that according to international humanitarian law, both behavior, militants hiding inside civilian shelter or IDF striking it, are not right. And this week also, there were explosions of pagers in Lebanon, resulting in 1,000 injuries and multiple deaths. What does the Secretary General think about this incident?
Obviously, the logic of making all these devices explode is to do it as a preemptive strike before a major military operation. This event confirms that there is a serious risk of a dramatic escalation in Lebanon, and everything must be done to avoid that escalation.
Would this be a very dangerous precedent for the future war, that using civilian device to have this kind of large-scale explosions?
Indeed, I think it's very important that there is an effective control of civilian objects, not to weaponize civilian objects. That should be a rule that everywhere in the world governments should be able to implement.
Well, next week, the biggest week of the year is coming, the high-level week. But for now, that's all from me. Elaine.
Shudija, thanks. Nearly a year into the conflict in Gaza, the UN says a political solution is the only sustainable path forward. The UN's Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza says more action on the ground is needed to save civilian lives. The UN's Gender Snapshot Report for 2024 highlights progress toward gender equality, but shows significant challenges remain. According to the report, failure to invest in women and girls costs the global economy $10 trillion annually. UN officials say more needs to be done to close technology gaps and ensure no one is left behind. While more member states are engaged in a digital transformation, more than 1.3 billion people remain on the wrong side of the digital divide.
Coming up.
Young people are currently our biggest opportunity to put the SDGs back on track.
UN Insider.
Making sense of the overwhelming wave of information means cutting through the noise to shine a light on the heart of the story and making room for new perspectives. True understanding means the ability to see events from more than one side. I'm Liu Xin, and this is The Point.
Expanding the role of young people in global decision-making is one of the key goals for the upcoming Summit of the Future. The UN is looking to increase youth engagement at every level, giving younger generations a bigger say in the world they will inherit. I sat down with Philippe Paulier, Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs. Philippe, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Elaine, very happy to be here.
Well, for months you've been traveling, talking to young people about their dreams and their fears. What have they been telling you?
It's been an amazing journey, challenging sometimes, a bit overwhelming, I also have to share, but amazing in terms of meeting young people that are, by their example, leading and making the Sustainable Development Goals their own agenda. What it's clear is that the UN, the United Nations, is something important for young people. They have hope in the UN, and they want to be part of the United Nations. And I think that's why we believe that the United Nations Youth Office is a vehicle to catalyze that necessity of a more meaningful way of engaging with young people. The 193 countries that are part of the United Nations thought that it was crucial to have a specific mechanism in the organization to advance this agenda. The youth engagement, the youth participation is crucial for the Sustainable Development Agenda, for the Human Rights Agenda, and for the Peace and Security Agenda. So the Youth Office is one step forward in a process of prioritizing this agenda in the United Nations.
Young people have been contributing ideas and will have their voices heard at the Summit of the Future. What is their role at this event, and how are they leading the charge toward reaching the SDGs?
We are off track when it's about the 2030 agenda. And young people are currently our biggest opportunity to put the SDGs back on track. This Summit of the Future, it's essentially an opportunity for governments to recommit with the United Nations, to recommit with the importance of having this common and global platform. It's recommitting to the importance of multilateralism to address our current gaps. We have the most active conflicts in the Second World War. We are facing very complex and interconnected challenges, such as the climate crisis, the mental health crisis that is affecting mostly also adolescents and young people across every country. And that needs a strong multilateralism to be successful in achieving these gaps. And the Summit of the Future is mainly about that, is how we can better deliver and how we can be more effective in addressing these challenges.
Do you feel that the participants have a sense that their role is a very important one at the Summit of the Future? And do they feel that the world leaders gathering will listen to what they have to say?
Not only listening, but also committing with this participation is crucial if we want to really accelerate and be more effective as an institution. You know, Elaine, 50% of the world's population is under 30 years old. But there's a big disbalance in terms of participation in decision-making spaces. And let's put it in simple issues, you know. Are we really going to be effective in addressing the gaps in employment, education for young people if we don't bring them into the table to really address and to solve these issues?
I want to get your thought on some of the countries we're seeing around the world where it seems that younger and younger people are being chosen to lead their countries. I mean, is this part of a bigger trend that you hope to see?
So I strongly believe that more young people in politics will bring better politics. I'm convinced about that. Although we have success cases in some regions, in some countries, the reality is that we are very far of being at a situation that we could say that it's currently positive. While, as I mentioned, 50% of the world's population is under 30 years old. Only 3% of young parliamentarians are under 30. So we believe that there's currently a lot more to do.
You were talking about your recent travels, and one of the countries you stopped in was China. Spent some time there in Beijing at the Youth Development Forum. What were your takeaways from speaking to youth there?
So, first of all, it's an amazing country. It was my first visit to China. It's an amazing culture, an ancient culture, an amazing place. And I was very happy and very excited about the willingness of young Chinese to be part of the global issues. They're willing to be part of the UN discussions. They're willing to really put their expertise, their skills on this process, you know. They believe in the United Nations as a multilateral platform, and they want to be part, you know. And the World Youth Development Forum, an initiative of the Chinese government also to bring China into the global agenda and to bring young people also into China. I think it's an amazing platform for that to happen, you know. And I was really happy to not only to be in China for the first time, but to be in China to celebrate my first International Youth Day in China with this more than 200 participants from around 50 countries that were participating in the World Forum.
Dr. Felipe Paulier, ASG, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Elaine. It was a real pleasure.
Coming up.
Shenzhen is the city for IoT devices, and maybe the biggest one in China or even biggest one in the world.
UN Insider.
You can't talk about the future without talking about digital technology. One of the goals for the Summit of the Future is establishing a global digital compact, a plan to close the global digital divide, harness powerful technologies while managing the risks, and building a digital economy that leaves no one behind. China has emerged as a global leader in artificial intelligence technology. A UN report shows between 2014 and 2023, China-based inventors filed patents for more than 38,000 generative AI inventions. Technology that could change the face of industries like publishing, transportation, and security. The focus on high-tech advances can be seen in the southern Chinese city of Shenzhen. It has emerged as a global innovation hub.
In 1980, Shenzhen was designated as China's first special economic zone. In decades that followed, the city's boom has made it the heart of tech startups like Core Rain Technologies. This company makes the chip that power AI. Rachel Xiao is its chief operations officer.
Shenzhen is like the city for IoT devices, and maybe the biggest one in China or even biggest one in the world, like the camera industry, drone, robotics industry, and servers industry. AI chip is actually the foundation of the whole AI technology. If we take self-driving car as an example, the AI chip is like the brain for the car. For other companies, they may need to hire a whole team to develop from one application to another. For us, because we have the streaming architecture for the hardware chip and we have the AI platform, we can develop a new application from scratch within a really short of time. We work with city officials, like they called Shanghai City Management and Operations Center. It's a really big platform for the government to coordinate and also to manage the whole city system.
Core Rain is helping cities get smarter with AI.
Just need to start the camera. Then you can see the coding is running on the back end. And if some more people work in, you can say this model is to detect your faces. And this has been used in different scenarios, like in the security system and also in like the smart community, smart traffic system. We had a program in Shanghai, Pudong, to help them to recognize the construction cars. It's a big problem for them because it damages the environment, and if one district's car get into another one and dump the construction garbages, it will cause a big problem for them. So with our camera installed, it can easily detect the construction cars. And then under the plate as well. Then the management, city manager will get these information straight away. If they're having too much garbages and they didn't cover the hood, there will be an alert, or they didn't close the back door properly, or the plate shows this doesn't belong to this district, they would just call them out.
Over the last decade or so, because of a combination of the reasons, innovation and entrepreneurship has been developing very fast in China. And so by definition, a lot of this innovation entrepreneurship were driven by the startups.
The 11th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi and Commander-in-Chief of the Malawi Defense Force. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency Philemon Young, President of the 9th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government and leaders of delegations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Every member state of the United Nations relates to other nations in the world in three dimensions: cooperation, competition, and conflict. And how we manage our relationships on these dimensions will ultimately determine the kind of world we will create for the children of tomorrow. So when we sit in this chamber to deliberate on the cooperation or competition or conflict between member states, we are actually designing and deciding our future. I am therefore glad that the theme of our debate this year touches on all three of these dimensions, because the bottom line is that in all three we can and must do better. This year's theme calls on us to act together to advance peace, sustainable development, and dignity. This is a call to stronger multilateral cooperation. But if we are serious about cooperation, then we must act with urgency in fixing and reforming the United Nations and other multilateral institutions. And one fix that we from Africa demand is for the United Nations to embrace democracy in the Security Council by giving 2 permanent seats to Africa with veto power. When I first made this call in my inaugural address in this chamber, I was delighted to hear President Biden also announce that the United States is in favor of this reform. Similarly, when I met President Xi Jinping of China 3 weeks ago, I was delighted to hear that he too is in favor of stronger representation of the interests of developing countries in the Security Council. So, Mr. President, the time to fix this is now. We need this fix to strengthen our voice on the issues that matter to us in Africa. In the 4 years that I have been president, I have declared state of national disaster every year because of climate change impacts that we cannot solve without multilateral cooperation. And for one of those years, I was chair of 2 development communities, namely the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, and the Least Developed Countries, LDCs. And I learned firsthand that no nation can survive a global crisis or develop in the face of shocks without strong multilateral cooperation to sustain it. Even this year, I see how challenging it has been for my country and for Malawians. Coming off the back of the state of national disaster that I declared last year to secure international cooperation in response to the devastation caused by Cyclone Freddy, I had to declare another state of natural disaster this year to secure international cooperation in response to El Niño weather conditions that have destroyed crops in 3/4 of the country's districts, leaving 1/5 of the Malawian population without enough food to last the year. And this is happening in the face of devastating trauma we have suffered as a nation for the past 3 months, from the tragic death of our Vice President, Right Honorable Dr. Saulos Klaus Chirima, in a plane crash, whose cause is yet to be established by the German experts we have asked to investigate the accident. Yet another example of the necessity of international cooperation. Even the great strides of development we have made over the past 4 years have been facilitated by strong international cooperation, whether it be the 4 road corridors and hundreds of secondary schools we are constructing through our cooperation with the United States, or the M1 road we are rehabilitating and expanding through our cooperation with the European Union, or the railway line system we have revived for the first time in 40 years through our cooperation with China, or the orthopedic and neurosurgery hospital we have developed through the cooperation with Norway, or the Makanjira Road we are ready to develop through our cooperation with Saudi Arabia, or the investments we are making to strengthen education and governance institutions through our cooperation with the United Kingdom, or the solar power plants that we have developed through our cooperation with Japan, or the extended credit facility from the International Monetary Fund that has unlocked access to the World Bank's and IDEA support through cooperation with developing partners, or the life-saving food assistance we mobilized for the people of Mangochi following the impact of Tropical Storm Anna through the cooperation with Iceland, or implementation of social protection programs to help rural women enjoy economic empowerment through our cooperation with Ireland, or the procurement of emergency food, fertilizers, and climate-resilient seeds for climate-ravaged Malawian communities through our cooperation with Tanzania, Ukraine, Egypt, Iceland, Russia, Morocco, and many others. Malawi is a testament to the power of cooperation to move a nation's development forward into an inclusively wealthy and sustainable future that is brighter than the past. It is, in fact, this foundation of international cooperation that we have built on to actively engage in intergovernmental negotiations for the pact of the future, for the future that we have fully endorsed at this 79th session of the General Assembly. It is also this foundation of international cooperation that we have built on to host 80 international organizations and institutions for our second annual Malawi Partners Conference right here in New York to get investor alignment to our ATM strategy of boosting productivity and value addition in the sectors of agriculture, tourism, and mining that hold the greatest promise for Malawi's economic transformation. If the future belongs to nations that know how to leverage the power of international cooperation, then the future belongs to Malawi. If the future belongs to nations with an apologetic commitment to multilateral collaboration, then the future belongs to Malawi. If the future belongs to nations that are driven by moral conviction to uphold the values of servant leadership, shared prosperity, ending corruption, and the rule of law, then the future belongs to Malawi. If the future belongs to nations that have adopted a no retreat and no surrender attitude towards the achievement of SDGs by 2030, then the future belongs to Malawi. If the future belongs to nations that put its children first, then the way that Malawi has done, by resolving to end child marriages and poisoning of children with lead products by 2030, that future belongs to Malawi. But, Mr. President, our efforts to move toward, in the fifth gear toward these goals are being significantly slowed down by a global system of multilateral agencies and financial institutions that are too slow, too inefficient, too monolithic, and too undemocratic for the kind of speedy and tailor-made interventions that we need. As a result of our refusal to practice the democracy of equal representation here in the UN, our calls for member states to practice democracy in their jurisdictions are beginning to fall on deaf ears. As a result of our refusal to honor climate financing pledges or link them to debt relief, the debt to GDP ratios in developing countries like Malawi are growing at alarming rates, posing a significant threat to global financial stability. If this is not fixed, those who keep us in a state of perpetual debt, when they have the resources to cancel those debts, should make no mistake, the spreading debt crisis in the developing world is a cancer that will make your own economies unsafe. So the time to fix this is now. Mr. President, I said that the second dimension of international relations is competition. And again, in this area, we all can and must do better. There is nothing wrong with healthy competition between nations, because competition fuels innovation, improves quality, and multiplies options for citizens, which is the essence of freedom. But as we have done in global sports, we must make competition between nations fair by regularly reviewing and revising the rules on which our international system is based, to ensure that the way nations compete and what they compete for is not rigged to disenfranchise some countries as we compete for natural resources, international markets, financial support, and the new technologies, which are currently skewed against the global South. Even with the era of artificial intelligence being fully upon us, I worry that the rules for regulating this arena are already being written to empower some nations and give them unfair advantages over others. We need more than a rules-based system. We also need the rules themselves to foster fair competition. Of course, what this means is that we need stronger governance institutions that can enforce fair rules for accessing education, markets, technology, financing, and natural resources. It is therefore my central contention, Mr. President, that the one place we must have strong governance is here. If governance is weak here, there will be no one to regulate the collaboration and competition between nations in an equitable manner. And it is this absence of equity that is at the root of unwinnable conflicts in Eastern Europe, in Palestine, in Eastern DRC, and counting. We need governance reform to make United Nations stronger, because the world needs a strong UN that can be good and peaceful, not a weak UN that can only be harmless. And we need it now. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Malawi and Commander-in-Chief of the Malawi Defense Force. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Your Excellency, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Ambassador Philemon Yang, United Nations Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you, Ambassador Philemon Yang, on your well-deserved election as President of this session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, I welcome the choice of your theme, Unity in Diversity for the Advancement of Peace, Sustainable Development, and Human Dignity for Everyone, Everywhere, which resonates with the core principles of the 2030 Agenda and aligns closely with the core values and mission of the United Nations. Excellencies, the world is at a challenging moment and in a most precarious international security dispensation. The promise of the United Nations Charter to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war has been profoundly shaken. From land to sea, and from air to the outer space, global peace, security, and stability are increasingly under threat. Conflicts and tensions pervade every frontier, undermining the collective security that international cooperation seeks to uphold. Cases of polarizing narratives, factionalism, social upheavals, organized crime, war, and stockpiling of weapons of mass destruction are at an all-time high. Great power rivalry is intensifying, provoking regional competition and inducing geopolitical and geoeconomic realignments and tensions. The subtle nuances of them versus us has produced negative coalitions, wars, tensions, as well as eroded trust and confidence in global multilateral system. From Gaza to Darfur, Ukraine, Yemen, Eastern DRC, the Sudan, the Sahel, and the criminality in Haiti, conflict is inflicting a trail of destruction of life and livelihoods in historic proportions. These conflicts have become battlegrounds for armed factions, external interventions, and proxy wars, resulting in unprecedented anarchic situations and long-lasting negative repercussions on global stability and economic development. The world cannot realize durable peace, security, and shared prosperity when emphasis is being put on what divides rather than what brings us together. We must therefore promote approaches that support positive competition for all. The perilous security landscape is further complicated by emerging threats stemming from human advancement. Cybersecurity threats and sophisticated cyber attacks on infrastructure pose significant risks to national security and global stability. Furthermore, the proliferation of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence in the military domain and autonomous weapons systems has introduced new challenges for arms control and international regulation. Regrettably, the world's most powerful states have increasingly chosen unilateralism and militarization over dialogue and diplomacy. As a consequence, the capacity of our multilateral institutions to maintain and enforce peace, even in national crises with significant regional impacts, is severely undermined. Even worse, a resurgence of nuclear arms race, buoyed by the intensifying geopolitical rivalries and tensions, has made the possibility of a catastrophic nuclear warfare a real possibility. Our vision of a world free from nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction is dying incrementally. We must not sit back and leave the future of upcoming generations to fate. We must intentionally rise to the occasion to meet the challenges of our time by reaffirming the core values of the UN Charter. We need to muster the political will and collectively reinforce our diplomatic efforts to confront the security threats through comprehensive, multi-pronged, and context-specific approaches. Excellencies, Kenya's commitment to international peace and security is unwavering. We continue investing in efforts that promote stability and harmony both within our region and beyond. We are committed to continuing to mediate, facilitate, and support peace initiatives and processes in our region, contributing to regional peace operations and the UN peacekeeping missions. Through our participation in the Africa Union Transition Mission in Somalia, we have stood side by side with our sisterly neighbor, Somalia, in their fight against Al-Shabaab. We are proud that Somalia will soon take up a seat as a non-permanent member of the Security Council, underscoring the tremendous progress achieved in consolidating peace and stability in that country. The UN must, however, continue to support Somalia in forging an agreement on the post-2024 security support. Kenya welcomes the adoption of the Security Council Resolution 2719, establishing a framework for financing Africa Union peace support operations through UN-assessed contributions, thereby enhancing our collective peacekeeping efforts. A well-funded AU peace operation are not only an African priority, but a global good, considering the complexity and interconnected nature of emerging threats to international peace and security. Earlier this year, under the request of the leadership of South Sudan, I launched the all-inclusive Tumaini initiative, bringing together the warring parties and the political leadership of South Sudan to address the root causes of the protracted conflict in that country. I commend the leadership of South Sudan and all the participating parties for their commitment to the peace process. I also thank all regional and international partners for their unwavering support, both political and financial, to the South Sudan Tumaini initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, at the last General Assembly, I announced Kenya's readiness to lead a multinational security support mission to Haiti at the Haitian government's request. Following the Security Council's authorization under Resolution 2699, Kenya has deployed 382 specially trained police officers to Haiti. Just a few days ago, I had the opportunity to visit Haiti, witness the work of our officers in the field, and observe remarkable progress on the ground. Our support for the Haitian National Police has significantly advanced the pacification of cities and towns, protected critical infrastructure, and relieved many communities previously held captive by criminal gangs. I also commend Haiti's political leadership for forging an agreement and a promising roadmap towards free, fair, and democratic elections. We are deeply grateful for the financial and logistical support from the United States, Canada, and other member states that are shouldering this heavy burden. This has been critical to the MSS's deployment thus far. However, Kenya and other Caribbean and African countries are ready to deploy, but are hindered by insufficient equipment, logistics, and funding. I appeal to all member states to stand in solidarity with the people of Haiti by providing necessary support, either directly to MSS contributing countries or through the UN Trust Fund. I must emphasize, however, that Kenya will deploy the additional contingent towards attaining the target of all the 2,500 police officers by January next year. The progress so far in Haiti demonstrates that what was once deemed mission impossible is indeed a present and undeniable possibility. Mr. President, we must candidly acknowledge that international cooperation in its current form has clear limitations. It is constrained by entrenched systems and structures that prevent effective action and meaningful progress. Since the last General Assembly, the global situation has deteriorated across multiple fronts. Conflicts have deepened, economic disparities have widened, and the climate crisis has intensified. To address these challenges, we must rethink and reform global collaboration mechanisms, making them much more responsive, adaptable, and impactful. The existing international security architecture, represented by the UN Security Council, continues to hamper efforts to maintain international peace and security. The Council is, by all intents and purposes, dysfunctional, undemocratic, non-inclusive, unaccountable, autocratic, and at best, opaque. An institution that excludes 54 African countries with 1.4 billion people, while allowing one nation to veto decisions of the remaining 193 member states in the 21st century, is simply unacceptable. We must urgently seek to make the Security Council representative, inclusive, transparent, democratic, effective, and accountable. In Africa, we are not advocating for reform and collective action solely at the UN. In fact, we are also in the process of comprehensively reforming the Africa Union to become a fit-for-purpose institution that can effectively represent African nations globally and deliver prosperity. Excellencies, peace and development are inseparable pillars. One cannot flourish without the other. Yet, the 2024 Sustainable Development Goals report paints a bleak picture. Only 17% of targets are on track. Nearly half show minimal or moderate progress, and over 1/3 have stalled or regressed. The COVID-19 pandemic, escalating conflicts, geopolitical tensions, and climate change have severely impacted progress towards the SDGs and the Paris Agreement goals. Inadequate and unsustainable means of implementation, particularly in financing, technical support, and capacity building, continue to obstruct our efforts to realize the 2030 agenda. Biased methodologies employed by credit rating agencies further disadvantage African countries, making it more difficult to access affordable financing from international capital markets. Additionally, unilateral economic, financial, and trade measures not only impede the full achievement of economic and social development, but also undermine the principles of international cooperation, mutual respect, and sovereignty. Let us pause and reflect on the true significance of this predicament. Many countries in the global south are forced to choose between buying medicine and hospital equipment or paying their debt obligations, and between buying textbooks for school-going children or paying their debt obligations. They are forced to choose between hiring teachers and making sure that there is equipment in schools, or paying their debt. I can go on and on. This is not an abstract illustration detached from daily reality, but the normal experience of millions of ordinary people. One must wonder what goes on in the minds of those who prioritize economic returns over people. Ladies and gentlemen, what really happened to humanity? Addressing these deep-rooted challenges requires transformative changes to build a more equitable and resilient global framework. We have outlined many of these solutions in the Pact of the Future, demonstrating our clear understanding of what needs to be done. However, we have yet to master the political will necessary to turn these commitments into action. It is a fundamental principle of development that no nation can achieve lasting prosperity if its neighbors remain impoverished. Our economies are interconnected, and the well-being of one directly impacts the other. We must ensure that developing countries have the necessary foundations to claim their rightful place in the 21st century global economy. This is not just a moral and fair imperative. It is a strategic necessity to address systemic challenges such as migration, labor market disparities, climate change, and global security. Strengthening these foundations requires reforming the international financial architecture, facilitating debt relief, concessional long-term at-scale financing, grants, and de-risking lending instruments is essential to increasing investment to develop vital infrastructure and expand critical sectors. Consider Africa's immense untapped potential in clean energy resources. Harnessing this potential is critical not only for the continent's economic growth and social resilience, but also for global priorities like accelerating the energy transition, combating climate change, and diversifying supply chains. Energy-hungry industries such as data centers, mineral processing, and manufacturing are seeking clean and affordable sources which Africa can provide in abundance. Yet, out of the 500 gigawatts of renewable energy added to the global mix in 2023, Africa accounted for less than 3 gigawatts. How is this possible, given the continent's vast natural resources, skilled workforce, and massive energy needs? We cannot allow Africa to be left behind this time round. Affordable financing is essential, but so are transformative policies and inclusive fair trade practices, market access, inclusive international tax cooperation, technology transfer, and capacity building. This is why, at COP28, we launched the Africa Green Industrialization Initiative, aimed at unlocking investments for the continent's immense opportunities. This Pan-African initiative promotes large-scale, high-impact, and bankable green industrial and infrastructure projects. Next month, in Nairobi, we will host an investment forum for the Accelerated Partnership for Renewables in Energy to attract investments for the untapped potential in solar, wind, geothermal, and hydropower. Globally, we also need to improve the tools we already have. The SDG Stimulus Fund, initiated by the Secretary General in 2023, requires our joint support to succeed, including from multilateral development banks. Similarly, replenishing the International Development Association, IDA, is essential to provide concessional loans to the world's poorest nations. Earlier this year, I hosted the IDA 21 Replenishment Summit in Nairobi, where African leadership reaffirmed the critical importance of IDA for developing countries and called for an ambitious replenishment of US dollars 120 billion. Our collective efforts must include trust and accountability to ensure that we fulfill our promises and our commitments. Additionally, we launched the Africa Club, the alliance of African multilateral financial institutions, to strengthen and support Africa's position in the global financial architecture. This body will serve as a powerful negotiator on behalf of the continent, coordinate with global financial institutions, and leverage African countries' balance sheets to increase investment and create jobs in Africa. We believe that African institutions such as the Afri-Exim Bank, Trade and Development Bank, the Africa Finance Corporation, among others, understand the continent even better. As part of the reform of the international financial architecture, we must not only reform the multilateral institutions, but also support and stop bias against these African institutions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change remains one of the greatest challenges of our time. Biodiversity loss and pollution have created environmental crises that upend lives, reverse progress in poverty reduction, and strain ecosystems to their breaking point. Extreme weather conditions continue to hinder the development aspirations of many countries, especially in Africa, where severe climate-related hazards are becoming more frequent and more intense. In 2022, over 110 million people in Africa were directly affected by climate-related disasters, resulting in more than $8.5 billion in economic damages. According to the Emergency Event Database, there were approximately 5,000 fatalities, though the toll is likely to be higher due to underreporting. We are at a crossroads, and the path to correcting the climate course is clear. COP29, to be held this November in Baku, Azerbaijan, presents a critical milestone in ensuring that the solutions we implement are rooted in fairness and opportunity for everybody. However, the new climate financing goal expected at COP29 faces significant hurdles as deep disagreements persist over who should contribute and how much funding is needed. Without swift resolution, these divisions risk derailing our collective progress on climate action, just as the global situation becomes increasingly urgent. Let me be clear. Political posturing and inaction will neither protect the vulnerable from the consequences of a runaway climate crisis, nor save our civilization from ecosystem collapse. It is therefore critical that all nations step forward to meet this moment with ambition and responsibility. As we confront the escalating impacts of climate change, we must also recognize the interconnected environmental challenges we face, such as plastic pollution, which continues to wreak havoc on ecosystems and threatens global sustainability. It is imperative that we adopt a robust global plastics treaty during the 5th round of negotiations in Busan in the Republic of Korea this November. Kenya fully supports an ambitious outcome and the African proposal to establish the Treaty Secretariat in Nairobi, thereby reinforcing UNEP's role. It is indeed unfortunate and regrettable, ladies and gentlemen, that UNEP is the only body where secretariats of conventions created under it are increasingly being carved out and located elsewhere. UNEP, being one of only 2 UN headquarters in the global south, must not be cannibalized for whatever purpose or reason, let alone excuse. Mr. President, as the host country of UNEP and UN Habitat, I take this opportunity to thank the Assembly for approving the upgrade of the infrastructure at the United Nations office in Nairobi, the largest UN campus in the world. This project includes the construction of new office space and the design of ultra-modern conference facilities. These developments mark a significant milestone towards enhancing the quality and accessibility of Secretariat services to member states. Not only will they serve current needs, but they will also strengthen the future success of multilateralism. We look forward to the Assembly's continued support as construction begins in 2025. It will be critical to ensure that UNON receives sustainable and predictable resources to ensure the timely completion of this upgrade. Kenya will continue to play its part in ensuring that UNON fulfills its mandate. Accordingly, the government of Kenya has undertaken extensive improvements and expansion of physical infrastructure around the complex and will continue working towards making Nairobi a regional and humanitarian hub for the United Nations. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on the theme of this session, the call for unity in diversity in the pursuit of peace, development, and human dignity, it is evident that we must reimagine international cooperation to align with the complex realities of the 21st century. Our actions must reflect our ambition and commitment to a world where progress is measured not just by economic growth, but by the well-being, rights, and dignity of every person. The challenges we face, from climate crisis to economic inequality, demand a bold rethinking of how we work together, grounded in mutual respect and shared responsibility. The achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals cannot be reserved for the privileged few. It must be a shared success that uplifts all nations, transcending borders and disparities. Our collective efforts to combat climate change must be rooted in fairness and equity, ensuring that no nation or community bears a disproportionate burden. This is our shared journey. We must have a say in the choices we make. We must move beyond outdated paradigms of power and influence to create a system of international cooperation that reflects the aspirations and dignity of every human being. We must embrace a new vision of global solidarity, one that upholds the principles of equity and inclusivity. It is within our power to build a world that embodies the true spirit of the United Nations, a world where every voice is heard, every life is valued, and global progress is shared by all. This is the cooperation our people expect, our future demands, and it is the commitment we must deliver. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Rashad Mohammed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Your Excellency President of the General Assembly, Philemon Young, Your Excellency Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, ladies and gentlemen, it is a good omen that I am addressing you today while we celebrate a glorious national occasion for the Yemeni people, which is the 26th of September, when our Yemeni people made history 62 years ago by overthrowing the Imamite racist regime and proclaiming the Republic. This is an opportunity to reiterate our congratulations to the people of Yemen everywhere and to express our pride and appreciation of the courage of those young men and women and opinion leaders who challenge every year on this day, this glorious day, the Houthi oppression machine supported by the Iranian regime. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Yemen remains committed to just and comprehensive peace, in line with national, regional, and international terms of reference. It is, however, necessary to strengthen its position to face any other choices in light of the ongoing Houthi militias' escalation on the local and regional levels and their threat to international navigation. To prevent the expansion and prolongation of this escalation, there's an urgent need for a collective approach to support the government of Yemen and to reinforce its institutional capabilities to protect its territorial waters and to secure all of its national territory. Without addressing these needs and without implementing the relevant international resolutions prohibiting the flow of Iranian weapons and drying up the funding sources, these militias will not engage in any efforts to achieve just and comprehensive peace, and they will not refrain from blackmailing the regional and international communities. History teaches us that leniency with the enemies of peace leads to the most heinous wars, to the most complex and costly ones. Despite the truce approved by the government of Yemen in April 2022, these militias persisted in their military breaches and in their grave violations of human rights and of national and international laws. In October 2022, Houthi militias bombarded the oil exportation ports in the governorates of Hadramaut and Shabwa, thus depriving the Yemeni people from the needed revenues to pay salaries and basic services, which exacerbated the humanitarian plight and led to an unprecedented devaluation of our national currency. Recently, the government suspended its decision to transfer the headquarters of banks from Sana'a, which is under the control of the militias, to the temporary capital Aden, heeding the call of the UN and international community to de-escalate, provided that the Houthis engage in serious talks to address the economic crisis and to revive the peace efforts in line with the roadmap mediated by our brethren in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Sultanate of Oman. Despite all the above, the militias hijacked 3 planes owned by Yemeni airlines. They attacked the Safir oil facility in the governorate of Ma'rib with drones. They issued racist orders and laws to nominate their affiliates in specific public function positions, especially in the judiciary. This suggests that they will be taking more oppressive measures against public freedoms and civic work. This ongoing pattern of reckless escalation in response to de-escalation initiatives requires the international community to take firm policies and push these militias towards the choice of peace in line with international resolutions, particularly Resolution 2216, instead of their senseless escalation. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, 4 months ago, terrorist Houthi militias arrested dozens of UN personnel, to be added to the thousands of innocent men, women, children, elderly, who disappeared in their prisons years ago. Particularly activist Mohammed Qahtan, included in a Security Council resolution. There is a widespread belief that the United Nations is responsible for giving these militias the opportunity to kidnap this unprecedented number of relief workers and NGO staff, as well as activists and civil society leaders, by not heeding the call of the Yemeni government to transfer their headquarters from Sana'a to the temporary capital, Aden. By not taking seriously these militias and by keeping their headquarters in Sana'a, the United Nations unintentionally enabled these terrorists to take their personnel and assets as hostages and to use them as a bargaining chip to blackmail the international community and to achieve negotiation concessions that cannot be accepted under any circumstances. This ongoing situation cannot be defended nor justified. The presence of UN headquarters in Sana'a emboldens these militias that are designated on terrorist lists, and it endangers relief workers and human rights defenders. Hence the need to reconsider these policies and measures immediately. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Houthi militias, with their ongoing terrorist attacks on international maritime navigation in the Red Sea and the surrounding waterways, prove that they represent a growing threat not only to Yemen, as some used to believe, but also to the stability of the region as a whole, and to the secure flow of international trade, which exceeds trillions of dollars. Today, they are reinforcing their position as the first rebel group in history having used ballistic missiles and drones against civilian commercial vessels. Late last month, Houthi militias hit the Sonian tanker, which was carrying 1 million barrels of crude oil, causing fires which could have led to one of the worst oil spills in history before the vessel was salvaged by the international coalition. This is not the first such incident caused by these militias. These militias boasted having sunk 2 vessels previously. They also hindered for years the efforts to save the decaying sulfur tanker, which was carrying similar amounts of crude oil. It proves that their terrorist activities will remain an ongoing threat to maritime navigation. Ladies and gentlemen, for years, the Yemeni economy has been facing complex challenges, but the terrorist Houthi attacks on the oil facilities deepened the funding crisis and deprived the people and government of Yemen from necessary revenues to pay salaries and provide services. The economic war waged by these militias are part of a larger hostile strategy aiming at weakening the ability of the government to provide basic services and to pay public service salaries, thus aggravating the humanitarian crisis for more than 14 million Yemenis. Therefore, the international community should seriously consider the devastating effects of these terrorist acts and to provide the vital infrastructure to defend maritime transportation vessels in Yemeni ports, to support the right of the Yemenis and of the Yemeni government to benefit from their resources and improve their living conditions. Protecting the arteries of the Yemeni economy is necessary not only to recover and rebuild our future, but it is important also for the stability of the region and for the security of energy on the long term. Therefore, we reiterate our call to the international community to provide immediate comprehensive support to address the devastating humanitarian conditions and to lay the foundations for a long-term economic recovery. This should include not only immediate humanitarian assistance to alleviate sufferings, but it should also include accountability mechanisms, especially in the regions under the Houthi control. It also requires greater investments in infrastructure, healthcare, education, and sustainable development. It requires building the national capacities to curb the impacts of climate change, which has left hundreds of victims and displaced thousands within the last 2 months. Yemen's recovery is not only a national matter, it is a regional and international need. The stability of Yemen is decisive to safeguard peace and stability in the region and trade routes in the Arabian and Red Seas, as well as surrounding waterways, including the Suez Canal. We have appreciated international support in the past, and we will keep thanking you for shouldering your moral responsibilities We also thank the coalition to restore legitimacy led by the KSA and the UAE to meet the aspirations of the Yemeni people to stability, peace and prosperity, and provide the resources we need to rebuild our institutions and our social fabric. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Arab region is facing today a challenging test in building the state and in joining the civilizational progress. However, every time the countries of the region achieve a true transformation towards development, peace and prosperity, and towards empowering their people to exercise their political, economic and social rights, they are met with evil forces which intervene with their destructive agendas, emboldened by the international leniency towards these rogue groups and their supporters. The outcome of this battle between the forces of peace and the axis of evil will determine who will survive, develop on this part of the world. It will determine whether the region will be dragged into more chaos, civil wars, hegemony, weapons, oppression, and underdevelopment. The road to peace goes through the forces of moderation in the region, led by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which has been defending the international resolutions and which extended a helping hand by hosting millions of those fleeing wars and armed conflicts. Therefore, we are grateful for these countries, and the world should depend on them to lay the foundations of peace and stability and to maximize our benefits from their economic and social development. Ladies and gentlemen, we should end the false rhetorics concerning the issue of Yemen, especially those minimizing the role of Iran and of their weapons and proxies in destabilizing Yemen, the region, and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the brutal Israeli war on the Palestinian people should cease immediately. This is the first step to achieve peace and to eliminate Iran's proxies, which are escalating the situation in the region. Iran has been manipulating the just Palestinian cause, and this did not come from a vacuum. It stems from a history of blackmailing and of propaganda, only leading to undermining the peace process and reversing the gains of the Palestinian people and their right to establish a fully sovereign, independent state. The same holds true for Yemen, ending the plight. And as is the case for Yemen, ending the plight of the Palestinian people should be based on implementing the international resolutions, especially the Arab Peace Initiative. And as is the case for both Yemen and Palestine, the only way to deter the wanton Israeli aggression on Lebanon will be through a firm stance from the international community and through the unity of all the Lebanese and their independent decision and the non-interference in their internal affairs so that the Lebanese state can recover the choice of peace and war. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to recall that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights quotes, I quote, "the inherent dignity and the equal and inalienable rights of all the members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world." End of quotation. Today, these values are undermined, and as are the ethics and national and international norms, with the grave violations perpetrated by leaders of Al-Qaeda and Daesh and by the Houthi militias, promising the world more devastation. Thank you, and may the peace of God be upon you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen.
La Asamblea escuchará ahora.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Transition and Head of State of the Gabonese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président.
President of the General Assembly, heads of state and government, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Gabonese people, I am happy to take part in the work of this General Assembly of the United Nations. President Philemon Yang, in taking the floor for the first time before this august assembly, I would like at the outset to address to you my warm congratulations on your outstanding election to preside the 79th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. And I wish you all the best. I express my compliments too to the seasoned interpreter that you are, representative of a brotherly country, Cameroon, linked to Gabon by geography, history, and culture. Please be assured of the full support of my country throughout your mandate. And finally, I would like to pay tribute, well-deserved tribute, to Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of our organization, for his tireless devotion and commitment to servicing the ideals of the United Nations. Mr. President, I'd like to take this opportunity to bring to your attention that the current debate is taking place at a moment where my country, Gabon, has just celebrated the first anniversary of the liberation coup. Indeed, our path towards the construction of a new Gabon to date has been able to keep its promises that we announced here at the last general debate, namely the establishment of transitional institutions, the release of prisoners of conscience, permanent inclusivity, the holding of an inclusive national dialogue, the drafting of a new constitution. The next step is to organize the referendum in the coming months and the adoption of an electoral code and a revision of the electoral register in accordance with the timetable adopted during the inclusive national dialogue. All of this progress, supported by the people of Gabon, contributes to a progressive return to our constitutional order through free, transparent, and peaceful elections as soon as possible. Apart from these points that I have just outlined, significant reforms have been undertaken in sectors that directly affect human development. Roads, healthcare centres, schools, a return to school grants, the opening up of competitions for our major universities, lifting of the recruitment freeze, and the payment of pension arrears, all of this respecting our international commitments at the same time. And this is the opportunity for me to thank all of our partners, friendly countries and donors of national and international funds that have accompanied us in this transition process, despite the difficulties of the process. Ladies and gentlemen, the current General Assembly is focusing on the subject unity and diversity for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity everywhere and for everyone. This is part of our building of a planetary community that is in harmony with the principles mentioned in the preamble to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. Gabon, faithful as we are to our tradition of peace, unreservedly supports this project, aiming at a more just and inclusive interactive world. On the day after the liberation coup of the 30th of August 2023, that was carried out without bloodshed, we advocated for the preservation of peace and for national unity by appealing to all stakeholders of the nation, whatever their origins, their beliefs, or their social status, in an effort to build a fairer and more prosperous Gabon. Ladies and gentlemen, respect for life, territorial integrity, the sovereignty of states to freely choose their partners, and rejection of violence, all of these things favor peace building. With regard to sustainable development, my country maintains a firm and coherent position in favor of protecting the environment. I would like to recall that for several years now, Gabon has dedicated 13 national parks to the service of humanity, thus contributing to the absorption of more than 100 million net tons of CO2 per year and the preservation of threatened species. Nevertheless, this does not mean in any way that we are bypassing the expectations of our population who are focused on their basic needs being met. That is why this forum is the occasion to once again recall to industrialized nations the need for them to respect their commitments by supporting the countries that host the greatest carbon sinks in the world. Mr. President, with regard to security, as many of us would believe, I feel that it is an urgent matter to provide appropriate responses to the numerous conflicts that we see in the world, and particularly in Africa. I would like to once again welcome the adoption by the Security Council on the 21st of December 2023 of Resolution 2719 on the financing of peace support operations led by the African Union. In accordance with the new Agenda for Peace of the Secretary-General of the United Nations, this resolution, presented jointly by Gabon, Ghana and Mozambique, today is a crucial part of the architecture for international peace and security. Its implementation is an absolute imperative. And I would like to take this opportunity to support the efforts of the Secretary-General aimed at providing a realistic, pragmatic and sustainable political solution for the Moroccan Sahara. I would also like to welcome the official announcement made by the United States of America that they support the admission of 2 African states as permanent members of the Security Council. However, Africa is expecting broader support from other permanent members of the Security Council for this initiative. And at the same time, we expect access for African members to the right to veto. The right to veto, this would simply be justice for our continent. Over and above the African continent, I would invite you to not avert your gaze from Gaza. It's time more than ever before for lasting peace with a view to the harmonious existence of 2 states, Palestinian and Israeli. And I would also like to reiterate the position of Gabon for the lifting of the economic, trade and financial embargo imposed on Cuba because of its negative impact on the well-being of the population. President, ladies and gentlemen, as President Félix Houphouët-Boigny said, peace is not just a word, it's a behavior, it's a genuine state of mind. This legitimate aspiration of peoples is an ideal. It recommends that developed countries that have experience in resolving conflicts share with other states their know-how to build a more just and more balanced world. Unity in diversity for making progress in peace, sustainable development and human dignity everywhere and for everyone is, in my view, a genuine society of dialogue, tolerance and respect for others. This should help us to build a world where development will be adapted to everyone's needs, to the needs of all peoples. Mr. President, with regard to economic and financial matters, the 2024 report of the United Nations on Sustainable Development underscores once again the urgency for mobilizing massive funding in order to plug the financing gap in the economy, aimed at several $billion. This is a reality. The international financial system, as it is at the moment, does not enable us to steer investment towards development and thus to ensure the dignity of our populations, which we are addressing in our debate this year. I also share with you the willingness of my peers to reform international financial institutions. This is crucial in order to produce financing for developing countries. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My country, Gabon, is resolutely committed to restore happiness, and we plan to fully play our role to ensure that we build a human community that is working together and which everyone desires. Together, let us pool our efforts in the hope of a better future by acting in a different way in order to preserve the human race. I thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Transition and Head of State of the Gabonese Republic.
Seguidamente,
the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, Head of State of the Central African Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale.
President of the General Assembly. Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a renewed honor for me to be taking the floor here before the entire world, speaking on behalf of my beautiful country, the Central African Republic. I'm speaking with a view to contributing to the general debate on the theme of this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Through its participation in the General Assembly, the Central African Republic is reaffirming its commitment to contributing to our joint pursuit of trust, peace, security, international solidarity, and mutual understanding, all of which are indispensable if we are to build a peaceful world that's conducive to sustainable development and the respect for human dignity, the human dignity of generations past and future, present and future. Before I proceed, I'd like to extend to His Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, our heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations on his shining and historic election to preside over the proceedings of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your election is the symbol of an honor and well-deserved tribute that's been granted to our continent, Africa. Your election is also a source of great pride and inspiration for 51 million citizens of CEMAC, the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, which I'm currently presiding over, steering the work of the Conference of the CEMAC Heads of State. It is also a source of pride and inspiration for your beautiful country, the sister Republic of Cameroon. Your consummate knowledge of international affairs, as well as your far-ranging personal qualities are a great advantage and a guarantee that our proceedings will be met with success. I stand convinced that you will do your best to serve the interests of the United Nations and all its member states, implementing the UN's vast reform program so that the organization becomes more effective, more inclusive, more representative, and better suited to our changing world, as well as to the resolution of the serious and pressing problems shaking all of humanity. Rest assured, you have the full support of the Central African Republic in your task. I'd also like to commend the high caliber of the work done and the accomplishments of President Denis Francis throughout the 78th session of the General Assembly. We extend to Mr. Denis Francis our gratitude and our satisfaction. United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, I'd like to reiterate to you the gratitude of the Central African Republic and my country's full support, as well as the support of the government. We support your various initiatives which seek to make the United Nations a place where the efforts of nations come together. As you know, on the 30th of July of this year, the United Nations Security Council decided to lift in its entirety the unjust, illegitimate, and iniquitous arms embargo that had been imposed on the Central African Armed Forces for a decade. An embargo which caused us irreparable harm over those 10 years. Speaking from this rostrum, I'd like to extend to you the gratitude of the Central African people. We are grateful to the UN Security Council for its wise decision. A decision which, although belated, will allow my country to continue to act so as to rebuild international and national peace and security, and to work together with other states in the pursuit of peace, sustainable development, and the human dignity of present and future generations. I'd like to seize this opportunity to reiterate to all of you, all those who held the Central African Republic in their hearts and supported our noble fight. You have the gratitude of our people. The Central African Republic has vast mining potential. Therefore, I'm convinced that we'll continue to receive your support for the lifting of the embargo on diamonds imposed by the Kimberley Process, an embargo which has circumscribed our ability to work for peace, sustainable development, and the human dignity of present and future generations. Mr. President, the theme of this 79th General Assembly session is leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. The theme is tied up with particularly important, significant recommendations, which will be of import in our discussions on the reform of the global peace and security architecture, as well as our discussions geared towards achieving the SDGs. As we know, peace is inextricably linked to sustainable development. Regrettably, as we meet here at this great world forum, year in, year out, as we meet at other fora for that matter, the world continues grappling with serious existential threats, becoming more unstable and more vulnerable. This 79th session is taking place at a very turbulent time, a time marked by mounting geopolitical crises, the war between Russia and Ukraine, the war between Israel and Hamas, the war in Sudan and in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, terrorism, deteriorating economic conditions which are strangling growth in Africa, as well as rising fuel prices. We stand convinced that only dialogue can help us to put an end to conflict in a lasting way. The Central African Republic implores the parties to these various conflicts to opt for dialogue and diplomacy so as to find a solution to the various disagreements at the root of these conflicts and to save millions of human lives. The Central African Republic would like to note that the security situation has been stable for the most part in 2024. We are preparing to deepen our democratic roots by holding municipal and regional elections in the very near future, something that will be a first over the last 4 decades. With this in mind, special measures have been taken to apprehend remaining armed groups. These groups can no longer control various portions of our country's territory. As a result, they're engaging in organized crime, illegal exploitation, and fraudulent trafficking of natural resources, and they're doing this so as to be able to acquire military material and equipment. The 10th session of the Strategic Committee for Disarmament, Demobilization, Reintegration, and Rehabilitation, as well as the commemoration in Bangui of African Amnesty Month by the African Union's Peace and Security Council, this happened just a few days ago, were an opportunity for us to fully appreciate the significant headway that's been made and which has been possible thanks to the fact that stakeholders have taken ownership and participated in the global peace and security process underpinned by the Political Agreement for Peace and Reconciliation, as well as the Luanda Joint Roadmap. Despite of the progress that's been made, the Central African Republic continues to grapple with various challenges, specifically as regards the building of barracks, so we can station units in defense areas close to the places from which threats are emanating, as well as the acquisition of military material and equipment for our defense and security forces. Mr. President, climate change is having very serious repercussions. Deadly flooding, drought, and large-scale fires, which we've witnessed all over the world. These give rise to various risks, from food insecurity to water stress to competition for natural resources, as well as losses of livelihoods and displacement. These interdependent, cascading risks can have very serious knock-on effects on peace, security, and development across continents. In sub-Saharan Africa, which is the epicenter of humanitarian crises, environmental disasters have resulted, this year alone, in over 1,000 deaths and 4 million climate refugees, not to mention invaluable material damage, specifically in our neighboring country, Chad, where the number of victims continues to grow following heavy rain, which prompted large-scale flooding and compelled people to evacuate. Speaking from this high rostrum, the United Nations, a symbol par excellence of human solidarity, to express the solidarity of the Central African people to people all over the world who have been hard hit by natural disasters. Our world is being rattled by bloody conflicts. It's also threatened from time to time by deadly weather events, devastating weather events. And in this world, developing countries, which have been impoverished by centuries of slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism characterized by multifaceted meddling in their domestic affairs, unjust raw materials prices, onerous conditionalities imposed through the international financial architecture. These developing countries are looking on powerlessly as new security, financial, economic, food-related, and environmental challenges mount. Funding promises for vulnerable countries are taking time to come to fruition. Adaptation measures promised at various COPs and rising temperatures, all of these are changing as often as the weather does, beholden to the political, geopolitical, and geostrategic whims of the great powers. We're well aware of just how dangerous climate phenomena are. Thus, my country has crafted sector-specific policies. However, their effectiveness depends on climate funding, which is still unreliable. The Central African Republic would like to urge the United Nations to do more to implement the climate peace and development nexus, establishing synergies between climate adaptation and peace building, so as to holistically address the vulnerabilities linked to climate change other vulnerabilities, and the risk of conflict. Mr. President, the world is teetering dangerously close to the brink. The UN peace and security architecture is being subjected to enormous pressure. The reasons Africa put forward in support of its request for legitimate Security Council reform and reform to the veto system are very compelling. A step forward has been taken by the United States of America. The US has endorsed the establishment of 2 permanent seats for Africa on the Security Council, as well as a rotating seat for small island developing states, SIDS. This proposal is praiseworthy, of course. But given changes afoot in our world, Africa, which has for a long time remained on the sidelines, cannot be fully satisfied with this proposal, which can only be viewed from the vantage point of a perpetual denial of the veto to Africa. It is time to speed up the reform of the international financial architecture so as to remedy inequality, to mobilize adequate funding for the achievement of the SDGs, to meet the financing needs of developing countries, to be able to reform the implementation of and compliance with multilateral environmental agreements, which will help us to make our common ambition of protecting the planet a reality. Mr. President, demographic estimates indicate that in 2050, half of the world's global youth will live in Africa. Also, half of Africa's 54 countries would have seen their populations almost double. I applaud the Pact for the Future, as well as the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations, annexed thereto, all of which were adopted at the Summit of the Future. It is high time that we speed up the implementation of the SDGs in the following areas: science, technology, innovation, and digital cooperation. We should do this whilst stressing equity, rights, and universality. Young people today are key agents of positive change. They can make an important contribution to sustainable development, respect for human rights, as well as global peace and security. And yet young people are vulnerable for a number of reasons. This is preventing young people from realizing their full potential and exercising their fundamental rights. It therefore behooves us to pledge to transform investment in young people, in women, girls, and persons with disability, so as to guarantee a better future for us all. As for the Central African Republic, our ambitious 2024-2028 National Development Plan strikes a better balance between the needs and interests of present and future generations. It does this by making human capital development one of the plan's strategic pillars. To conclude, I hope that the spirit that prompted the establishment of the United Nations will tirelessly prevail, thereby helping to create a fertile atmosphere for resolving the problems plaguing international peace and security, sustainable development, and this for the benefit of all humanity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the head of the State of the Central African Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
We will not leave. We will not leave. We will not leave. Palestine is our homeland. It is the land of our fathers, our grandfathers. It will remain ours. And if anyone were to leave, it would be the occupying usurpers. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of delegations, esteemed guests, peace and God's blessings be upon you all. I come to you today as my people, and for almost a year now, are subjected to one of the most heinous crimes of our era. It is a crime of a full-scale war, of genocide, that Israel is perpetrating. Israel, the occupying state. A crime that so far has killed more than 40,000 martyrs in Gaza alone, and thousands remain under the rubble. A crime that has injured more than 100,000 others to this day.